Hello friends, I am Frederick and I'm happy to have you here today. This is Netcode-Hub channel and you are welcome. In this video, we are going to talk about how to use SignalR to create chat in .NET 8 Blazor with interactive WebAssembly. I believe you've heard of SignalR connection before and you know what it does, isn't it? If not, stay tuned. I'm going to take you through how to use the SignalR to create a simple to an advanced chat in Blazor application. Before we dive right into this, make sure you have subscribed to this channel and also turn on the notification icon or the bell so you receive an update as soon as I upload a new content. You can also like this video to support this channel as well. Then the next question is, what is SignalR? SignalR is a real-time communication library in ASP.NET Core which allows server-side code to push content to connected client instantly. So in the context of Blazor, SignalR is used to enable real-time web functionality, allowing the server to push content to client instantly as soon as it becomes available, rather than having the server wait for a client to request a new data. So here, as soon as the server gets data, it pushes to the client. It doesn't wait for the client to rather make a request. No. With the help of SignalR, the server can now push data as soon as it retrieves or it gets a data, it pushes it up to the client. In Blazor application, you might use SignalR to create interactive features like live chats, and that's what we're going to have a look at, real-time data updates, and etc. But in the context of this video, we're going to look at how to use the SignalR to create live chat. Okay, so for you to have the basics of this, I'm going to start from scratch. So this project or this lesson is going to be a transitional lesson or transitional project. If I say transitional project, what do I mean? What I am trying to say here is we're going to have the core basic of implementing SignalR. Then in the context or while the video progresses, we can decide, so we can be adding some features to it. Okay, so let's actually do that. Now we're going to create a new project in here, so make sure you have your Visual Studio 2022 launch in here. Before we click on create new project, I do offer coaching or mentoring to people who are interested in .NET technologies, talking about Blazor, Server, WebAssembly, .NET 8, Web API, Maui, Blazor Hybrid, and etc. Alright, so if you're interested, when you check this video description, I have a mail in there. You can write to me through it. That's fine. Let's get this project created. So create a new project in here, and we're going to choose which one? Web app, since you're going to use for .NET 8. And here I'm going to say demo. So Blazor web app Wasm chat. Well, it's better as SignalR. So SignalR. When we are done with this project too, if you want to get the source code of this, check the video description and you're going to have it in there. Okay, so demo Blazor web app Wasm SignalR chat. Wow, that is a nice name for this project. So click on this and I'll get this project created. So .NET 8, and now for the authentication type here, we're going to maintain it none. And from this, the interactive render mode, we're going to use this WebAssembly. Okay, so let's maintain this WebAssembly, and here the location, let's maintain the default one as you can see from this. Click on create to get this project created. So once the project is being created, the next thing that we're going to do here is we want to build the project. But before we build this project, I want us to download or install the package that we need. Okay, so the package that we need here, it is the Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.SignalR.client. And as soon as you hear client, what comes to mind? It tells you that we're going to put inside the client here. So I click on dependencies on the client, then let's install this package. So manage NuGet packages. And now from that section, we're going to click on maybe SignalR.client so we can get that. So SignalR and maybe the client, we're gonna have access to it, or we can maintain this and we're gonna catch it in here, and that is it, this one. So let's install this Microsoft.ASP.NET-Core.SignalR.Client 8.0.2 as I record this video. Maybe the near future you might have more than this, okay, but let's maintain. This is what we have in now, so we're going to use it. So we have the project being the package being added, right? No confusion here. Go to dependencies and click on packages, and you must have this in here. It tells you that yeah, it has been installed successfully. Now let's rebuild the whole project, and now let's see if everything is intact or is working as expected. Oh, all right, so you can see that 2 projects successfully built, as you can see from here. Yeah, we have it. So that's the server and now the client. Okay, so that is all that we can do from here. We can now close this peacefully because you are done using this. Now the next thing that you're going to do here is, you can see if I close this node, you can see we have the chat. We have chat.client. So this is a client and that is a server. You know, here we have to create a hub. Now this hub has to be in the server, so make sure you open the server and let's start to create a hub. So right click on the project itself, let's add a new folder to this, and maybe we can just chat hub, well, anyone that you want to. So chat hub is a folder, and now in here we can okay, so maybe we want to, or we can make this plural, so chat hubs. Now right click on this and let's add a class. So the class here, let's make this as chat hub. Okay, now we have our hub ready. So it has to inherit from this hub. Okay, so it has to inherit from this hub, and this hub is coming from default one, you know, from the server side. It has a hub already. You did not need to install it on the server because it has already, and it's Microsoft.ASP.NET-Core.SignalR. Okay, so from the server side it needs it. It's only the client that is where we need to install, and that is exactly what we did. So that's where we can find it here. Okay, so don't install it again. We have it there already. Okay, so we have this up, and the next thing we're going to do here is we're going to implement maybe a method which will be used to send or communicate the message or the chat. So we're going to say that a public, you can have an async task. This is the name that I'm giving. Okay, so that's the default one. You can actually change it to any name that you want. Did I say send method? Oh, okay, so that's send message. And now with this, we want to have username. So that is username, the one going to send a message. And now its message. You can also add daytime. Okay, so username, string. We're going to have message. And now maybe date time. Okay, and we're going to say message date, or let's say date is okay. So these are the parameters that we are passing in here: the person name, the message, and now the date that the person is sending. Okay, so we open this, and once we open this, we can actually we can use this lambda expression, very simple one. Then we're going to say that await client. As soon as we open the hub in here, we inherit, we can now have access to clients, and on this client dots, we're going to have access to all. So all clients, we are sending the message to all clients. We want to broadcast the message to all clients. I hope this is clear. So dot send async. Now with the send async, what are we doing here? We need to also specify a method that's going to be called later on. So here I'm going to say that we're going to receive, so receive message. Okay, receive message, and in here we need to specify the username, the message, and what, the date. So these are the parameters that we are passing to this method. Okay, so we have the receive message. You want to pass in this method because these are going to come in with these parameters. Now when we get these parameters, we want to pass them to this method, and these are the values that we're going to use as also parameters to this method. Okay, fine. This is very simple. So we have this method created already, and we can just close this. Let's save this. The next to do here is to register the SignalR service. So where do you register it? Do you have an idea? Go to the server program.cs, and now down here before this app build, take note, never do it here. Okay, you can try it and see. If it doesn't work, then come and do it here. But trust me, this is the best place. Okay, so we say builder.services, then .add SignalR, not singleton, it's SignalR. I didn't say single, SignalR. Okay, so add this. Now, after adding this service, what you do here is to create the SignalR or the hub URL. What is a hub URL? That's the chat hub. This. We want to create a URL that can be used to redirect a message onto the SignalR chat hub. So we can do that also down here where we have the pipelines. So maybe here we're gonna say that app.map. You see, map hub. Now this hub, we need to specify the hub that we created. That is the chat hub. And in here, we need to specify the route. So what is going to be the route? You can customize it to suit. You can even add your name. Try it and see. But let's say this is chat hub for practical purpose. Okay, basics one, chat hub. Now let's save this. So we have our service created. We have the pipeline being also added, being configured. Okay, so that is it. Now we are done with our server section. Let's go to the client and let's start to do the magic in there. So let's close this, open the client, and in here from the pages, we have pages. Let's create one, and maybe this, we're going to say that this is a chat page. This chat page, we're going to specify the route in here as maybe chat. So let's see, this is page title, this is chat, and let me customize this. So Netcode-Hub chat, and now on top here we can have page, and this is chat. Okay, now in order for us to forget, let's add a render mode so that we don't come and do it later. And from the onset we chose WebAssembly, so you have to also set it down here straight. Okay, let's go to nav menu from the server section, component, layout, and now we have this nav menu. So all these guys that we have here, we're going to clear all. We don't need any of them again. Okay, now left only one, and now here it is referring to, let's say, chat. So if I click on the home, it means I'll navigate to the chat. Okay, and now that is it. Also from this, we have this chat in here. Okay, so that is it. We have the chat, and we have in that. Let's save this. Maybe we can try this app and first check it out if you're going to navigate to this page for us to see. Alright, so it is ready. This page is ready. If I click on home, we are into the chat, and we have Netcode-Hub chat as the page title, isn't it? But I think we have to change it to chat because we don't want to maintain, or we don't want to have in that name. And now can we do that? The same nav menu, you can see that's the home, and we're going to say this is chat. Okay, and now this is going to solve it. Alright, so now that we see this is working, what else can we do? We go to the chat page, and that is where we're going to do the magic in here. First of all, what I'm going to do, we have to create our connection. That is the hub connection. So we can have hub connection. So hub connection. You can add private in here. If I made it defaultly, it is in private mode. I think so. So there's no need. If you want to explicitly do it, then we can be shut off, or we want to have it in the context of this page. So that's all. And we're going to say that we're going to check for now, and we say this app connection. Okay, aside from that, maybe we can have a list of message. So let's say this is a private list of string, and I will say this is what messages equal to, we can use the new one, the new less an array, and we can have maybe private string, okay, username, let's make this as nullable, and we can also have another one. So this is string, and this is message, and the last one here, there's no need for us to do this. The last one is a private. We have date time, okay, and here we can say this is date. Okay, so this is what we're having now. All right, now with this date, we can actually have this equal to date time dot now. Okay, so when we assign, we have a default value for this, because here user do not have access to this. Maybe we can just skip this, and I want to get to the sending session. We specify the value for this date. So we have these three properties in here, and that's what we need. Okay, now we're having the date, we're having the message, we're having the username. Okay, that's fine. Now let's see. So aside from creating this, what's the next thing to do? We have to build the connection. The connection here, defaultly it is null, so we have to build the connection. How do you build the connection? We can build it down here in the simple steps. We can do that peacefully in an easy way. Okay, and this build connection has to happen as soon as the page initializes. That is on which page lifecycle? Which one do you think? On initialize. That's correct. Okay, so override, then on initialize async. When the page initializes, that is where we want to perform this magic. So we're gonna say that app connection dot, first of all, let's create an instance first, equal to new app connection. Okay, then app connection builder, not the connection itself, because you want to build it, you want to create a builder like a string builder. So we want to build it. So in the building process, the first thing to do here is we want to wait URL. And now with this URL, what are we doing in here? We have to specify the location, point to the route. And where can you find this route? We have to inject navigation manager on top here. So we say that this is not a context, I need manager, and we say this is nav manager. So this nav manager, let's grab this quickly. Let's come in here, and now we're going to specify this nav manager dot to absolute URI. And here, what is the URI? Do you remember this? Do you remember? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Exactly, that's how it is. When you go to the chat hub or the program.cs file, this is what we are referring to. Okay, so we come to the chat page, and we have this. Okay, the last one dot build. So we build the connection in here, and now as soon as we have this, we are good to go. Not only that, this must be, since it's a task, you know, this must be an async, and I believe you know this long time ago. Good. Okay, now once you are done with this, what's the next thing to do? We then need to create a listener to listen to all messages that come to the method specified in the hub. Okay, so this is a message. This is a message of the method. That's the method that we specified in here as what? This is going to be the receive message. So we need to create a method to listen to all messages which going to be sent and we received. So let's create this listener. We go to the same chat page, and now down here, see where I'm going, and not that chat page. Yes, that is it. Okay, now down here, what can we do here again? We're going to say this app connection, because before I get to this, the connection has been built and has been pointed up to the URL, so we have it already. So we say chat or app connection dot then on. So with this on, we need to specify the data types that we specified as a parameters. You know, the first one was the string, it is username. Second one is what? Another string, it is message. And the last one was datetime. Do you remember? Datetime. Okay, so these are the parameters that we need to specify. When you go and check it again from here, you can see we have string, datetime, right? String, date. The same thing, string, date. That's fine. Okay. Now once you're done with this, here we're going for, if I do this, the method. Have you seen the method name? And what is the method name in here? What do you think with the method name? Check here from the hub. We are now writing this, so that's a receive message. So we are listening to the message from this method. And now aside from this, we need to specify, let's say here, I think one is left out. Okay, so this must be in here. Okay, now in here, what do we need? We need to then specify some things up. Okay, so we come back to this, but the next thing that we need to do here is we have to specify the message. When you check this receive message method, it takes in 3 parameters. So let's do that magic, and we can have them from here. Username, that is 1, isn't it? We have message, that is 2, and now we have date, that is 3. So within this date, we say that this date is equal to this datetime dot now. So we specify this date. Let's see what it's saying. Okay, so datetime dot now, and we also need to make a pointer to this, and that is where we do our specifications in here. Okay, so I think this is supposed to be set out straight ahead from this area, so we will know that this coming in here this coming in here must be a complete data. Okay, yes. So anytime that I want to grab datetime, we get from the current time that we have, or the current date and time, then we pass on to the method, the receive message method, as a parameter in here. Very simple one. Now when it comes here, what are you going to do? You know, this message, we want to display it on the screen, isn't it? So simply let's have maybe our concat message. Yes. So it's equal to, then we're going to have this interpolation. Interpolation again. What can we do again? Yes, we're going to now do some magic in here. And the first thing we want to do here is we want to build something. Okay, we want to build a date first. So here we're going to say that date. Okay, aside from that, we can have our environment dot new line. Okay, then it's going to get us the next line, and we're going to have a name. So let's have maybe the name in there. And now what is the name? Username. You know what, this is supposed to be in this form. I believe you are doing the right thing. Okay, now you have the name, and maybe you can also have the same thing, environment dot new line. Then what again? So maybe we can have something like this. Oh, this is going to give us some errors. Okay, so it means it has to be on the same line. Okay, so we have this new line, and the last one here we have the message. Very simple one. Okay, so this what we are having. We terminate this peacefully. So we have the date, new line, username, new line, and our message. This is very simple. Okay, now once you're done with this, what can we do again? We come to the next line in here, and within this last line we're going to say that messages, you know, we have this message as a list of string, so dot add Then with this add, we're going to pass in this concat message, because since a list, a string, we can just peacefully add it. And you know what? State has changed to get this content displayed on the screen for everybody to see it. Okay, so we are done. But there's one thing. We haven't started the connection. So hub connection dot start async. Let's use this async. And as soon as async comes in, you must have an await because it says synchronous. Okay. Now everything is in order and it's going to work as well. Okay. Maybe here we can also check if, maybe let's have and see. So it's connected. It's, you know what? This must be a Boolean expression. So it's connected. We can then point up to hub connection dot state is equal to hub connection state dot connected. Okay, now let's check for nullable here, so we can check it up straight. Okay, so I believe we are now done. We're good to go. Now what else can we do? Let's have a send method, so we can send as soon as you click on the button. And now here we want to send to this method, send message. You know, we have a method here, send message, and now we have to call this. And now when calling this, we have to pass in these parameters in here. And now when passing these parameters, this is also going to call this as a method, and now passing the same parameter is going to hand over to this guy. And now this guy is going to broadcast it to all the clients. So let's call this send message. In our chat page, we can do that down here. We can say this is task of what, send. And now with this send, we can just point it up to this. Since it's returning empty, we can say this hub connection dot send async. And now this send async, what are we sending? The method name is what? Send message. And also, what are the parameters? Pause the video and I'll pass them through it. Let's see who finished it first. Username, message, and now date. So we need to pass in the 3 parameters, and that is all. Okay, check for nullable. Yeah, fine. Now what else do you have to do again? Let's check it from here. So maybe we can have our div class, and maybe this class is going to be row. And now with this, you're going to have div class, maybe call them MD8. LG6 or 7. Okay, and here we can have our class as card. So we're gonna have a card header, and now with this header, we're gonna say that this is Netcode-Hub charts. You see? Now we have this. Let's have the body and then the footer. So div class, we have card body, and we're gonna have the card footer in here. So div class again, card footer. Now in the card footer, we're gonna check if this is false, is connected, is false. Then what are we doing? We want to display div class. Then there is an alert danger. Then we're gonna say that chat or connection disconnected. So disconnected. Okay, so chat disconnected. Okay, else what are you doing? So else we can just grab same thing. You can then grab the same thing in here and now paste it. So let's set this to success. Then chat connected. You see? Now inside this body, what are we doing? We're going to now loop through this and display. So first of all, let's have our UL. And now with this UL, let's have our class. And this is list group. So in here, you're going to say for each item in messages. So var item in messages. You see? Then we're going to have access to li. Then in this li, what are you going to have? We can have the message. You see? So the message or this item. So we can just make it message here to make it more clear and readable. So display the message, and in here aside from that, maybe we can have class. We say mb2. That's all that we need to do. You see, it is very simple for the basic chat. Okay, let's give it a try. Alright, so you can see from here that it is ready. And now if I click on this, yes, we have chat connected. So connection has been created. Hub connection has successfully built. And like I said, it's working. How do you test to see if this is actually connected? Let's see. When you go back to the source code again, from the hub connection, here we are starting. So before we start, let's do this. Let's stop this, okay? Now let's see if hot reload is working. If not, then we're going to reload this again. Yeah, so this is working, isn't it? Now let's reload this page. Yeah, disconnected. You see that? So chat is being disconnected when the connection or the hub connection has not been started or is not established. As soon as it does, then we can have chat connected. In the process of connecting, we're gonna have chat connecting, and you can actually, it has exposed or that endpoint, that method that we can actually, it's a boolean that we can assign it and manipulate it in our code. But for now, we're not going to tackle that. We want to check up either connected or disconnected. That's fine. Now, back you see from here, we do not have any form to fill. Nothing to type. Okay, so let's see. We're going to undo this. Then in here, we need a simple form. How do we get this form? We have this slip message in here. So this is the down here. We can have this div class, and on this class, maybe we can have access to border primary. Okay. Now within this border primary, we're gonna have maybe access to div class. We can have hstack. Gap is maybe 2. Then let's have an input. Now with this input, we're gonna have a class as form control. Now at bind, we're gonna say this is what? Username. Okay, so bind to username. Then from this we can have the weight to be 25. So you have username in here, and we have to specify the type here as test. Okay, So we now have this. What is it saying? It does not exist. Don't we have username? Okay, so this is what I did, right? So you must provide this username. We have to do same, and now this is gonna be test area. So input test area, or let's say, do we even have input test area? Okay, so maybe let's have the same input. So not this input. Yeah, so we need this test area. Then in here we have the type. We don't need to specify the type because we know the type here is test already. That's why it's test area. We don't want this width. Now this is message. Okay, then aside from that, what else? Down here we can have MB4. Then down here we can have a button. You have a class as btn success, and at on click, what are you calling? Send. Then here this is send message. I believe you know the definition for this send, and that is exactly what we made clear here. Okay, now from now let's run this and see. Yep, so it is ready. Now if I click on chat, we must have a beautiful chat. Yes, this is our chat, so we are connected, isn't it? Then you see the page load, you saw that it was disconnected and then later connected, isn't it? Yeah. So this is the name. So I'm going to type in netcode. This is Netcode-Hub, okay? And I'm going to copy the same route in here, create another one. Then I'm going to add this like this and that, okay? So we have this beautiful chat, two chats in here. So this is Netcode-Hub, and now this is going to be Frederick, as you know. And maybe you can also add one, and maybe that will be your name. What do you think? You see that? So I was able to have this into the 4 sections. I have this Opera Mini for one browser. I have these instances open twice for the Microsoft Edge, and our chat is ready. So this is Frederick, this is Netcode-Hub, and now this is what? You. So your name is here. This is your name. Now, who will initialize or initiate the chat? You or I or the Netcode-Hub? Okay, so maybe let me set the ball rolling. So I'm going to say hello. So hello everyone. Are you there? So I click on send, and now I can see that, oh yeah, we have an issue here. So they say that the current thread is not associated with the dispatcher. So use this invoke async to switch execution to the dispatcher when triggering or rendering or component state. Okay, so this we can solve it in a simple way. Now when you check this, actually you could see that the message was broadcasted to this. We have the name. Okay, so here this did not work. So the environment.newline did not work. Okay, so we're still having the same. We have the date, we have the name, and we have the message. You see? So this is what we have. Alright, so for now, this is what we have in here. Now let's actually check and correct that error. We can close this. And now here, instead of calling this straight ahead, we can actually do some magic in here and now twist this a little bit. How can we make this happen? We can do that in a simple term by what? Using an invoke async. So maybe let's clear this. Oh, you're not going to even clear. We can surround it make it as a pointer. Then let's have a pointer to this, and here let's have an invoke async. Yes, invoke async, and here we are calling a method. You see, that's what we are doing. Very simple. Let's rerun this again and check it out. Okay, so let's start again. This Netcode-Hub. Now this is going to initialize the chat. So hey, I am starting. Then click on send. So you can see Netcode-Hub says I'm starting. Let's see. Now this is Frederick. Then Frederick will say starting what? Now let's send. You can see I have it. Now maybe here your name. Then you can say that please stop. Oh wait, I am on my way coming. When you know what is going on, then click on send. And I could see that each is getting, because a receive message method, and we're going to broadcast the whole message to the client, passing in the time, the username, and now the message itself. Okay, so that is the way. So this is the foundation. We know how to create a simple chat, creating a project, creating the hub, registering the hub in the service, creating or building or creating the hub URL, installing the package, creating your page, starting hub connection, build it, call the method, and I'll send message. Okay, that's all the steps involved in using the SignalR. Now we are going to talk about the next update, and that is, you see that instead of instead of this, we are having an issue here. Concat message, we want to display it or render it beautifully, but you see we saw it one line of code, and that's not the best, and I'm not sure that's what you even want, isn't it? So we're going to do this well. Okay, and also we don't want to pass in many parameters in here. See, we are passing 3 parameters. Also, maybe later on, if you want to pass something like image, if you want to pass in something like any other, what can you do? Unless you keep extending these parameters, and that's not the best way. So let's see how to improve the 2 guys here, this and this, by introducing model. So how to use model? We're going to replace these 3 guys here with a simple model to handle that. Here we can add the models here, but you know, we have this client project, we have the server projects, and maybe later on we can decide to add more models. We want to organize our work, so it's better that we add a class library so we can add them to each of the projects. Okay, and we can add that model in there, or maybe you can also add it in the clients, and well, you can do that. So let's go solution, right click on the solution name, let's click on new project, and maybe for this I'm going to add a class library, and maybe this is going to be only models. Okay, so chat models. So this chat model here, I'm going to make it as chat or chats. Maybe chat will be okay. So once you have this chat, what else are we going to do? So we're going to pass in some properties here, test, username, and our message. So instead of this test, we can make here as that's a message. You see, we need to include component models, the data annotation, so we can make them required. We can restrict it whilst using this, creating an instance of this. Okay, so now that we are done, we can just go straight ahead to the server section, right click on dependencies, and add project reference, and quickly, that is the model, so you have to add this. You also do the same thing to the client. From the dependencies, right click on it, go to add project references, and then here, get it done. You see, so we are sharing this between the two projects. And when it comes to the pages, chat page in here, okay, watch out. So instead of creating all this, we're going to remove everything from here. I'm going to say that this is message. Oh, is it message? Nope, this is chat. So private chat. So using chat model. And now here we're going to say that it's a chat. And this equal to new. You see, this is very simple. Now let's grab this. So here, instead of passing on this long one, no, we're going to now replace it with this. You see, that is a model, very simple one. But from this, we need to specify the data type. So once you have this is the t value, so let's specify this t here as the chat. This is a model, and that is an object. So we don't need this anymore. Or do you think we need this? No, we don't. So let's get rid of that. So all that we need to do here is messages.add the chat. And we are done. But this is giving us error. Why? Because of this. So let's make it as a list of chat. Error solved. You see? So we are optimizing this. Aside from that, when you come here, we can say message in chat. Let's here, these are messages, or we can make this as chat. Okay, so it becomes more readable to you and I. So chat, and now here message or chat in chat. What can we do in here to actually set this straight? We are going to modify this. So instead of having this here, we can replace it with this very simple one. So Control KD, we format it well. So chat in chat. So chat in chat. Yeah. So in here, you're gonna say chat, message, then chat. So this is coming from the message property, and that is all. So you can see we have the date, we break it, we have the username, we break it, then we have the message. Well, you can customize it the way that you want to suit what you want. It's just a demo, and you can build upon this. Also, aside from that, when we come here, instead of having this input text box, we can get rid of this, isn't it? So let's get rid of this one from this and that. Get rid of this, and we're gonna replace it with a very simple one as well. And this we can use edit form. You see? So we're gonna use an edit form here, and now let's clear this. Okay, we have an error. Why? Because this is chat. Okay, now send message, we can still navigate to the same send in here. Okay, but we're going to create a method for that. So let's say there's a message, and now we have a username, we have the message. You know, this is not just a test, it is rather message. Then we have this button as what? Submit. Since it's an edit context or edit form, you have to have a submit type. Username placeholder, these are the placeholders that we need for each. Okay, now here it still maintains, or we can, from this section, we can actually do the same thing. Okay, so let's maintain as it is. Connected or disconnected. And now with this, maybe we can implement this font weight as bold. Okay, now this method, let's implement this. Now to change this, we want to actually, we are not getting from the database, so we want user to type in the name once, and we don't want the user to type in all the time, typing your name all the time, typing your name. So you want to actually catch the name that the user stores or types in. So the next time that user want to chat again, we have the name already. Okay, this is just a feature that I'm introducing. You can also introduce your own. All right. Okay, you can also follow this as well. Okay, so aside from having all this, what else can we do again? We're going to have the send message. So you see this, instead of having all this, we're going to remove this one, make it as a void, and our send message, going to check if this chat.username is null, then assign it to the store username. Okay, and here we must pass in this message in here, the chat in here as a model. That's what we are doing. Now, aside from having all these, if I click on send, you know, we have to write definition for this method. If I submit, this method get fired. So send chat or send message to chat clicked, and we're going to write definition for this. So we are saying that we want to set the date time is equal to day.now. So we set the instance in here because we clear the one over here. I believe you've seen that. Yes. So when it comes here, we have to set it. And now this is no more my message. It's rather what? Good. Chat. It's good that you are following. You can just grab this and now message the username. So we're checking if the username is not equal to null. It means user typing the new one. Then you want to store it in here. So chat.username. Okay. So that the first time the user types in the name and I'll send it, we're going to have access to this. We're going to store it here. The next time we check, is the username equal to null? No, it is not, because we have the name typed already. And in there, we're going to assign it. So when you click on send, you know, before we check if the username here is equal to null, then what we have installed already, please assign it to it and now go. So isn't nullable. Okay, this is a correlation operator. I think so. Correlation operator also. All right, then aside from that, we say chat.message is equal to null. So the next time we want to clear only the chat. Very simple one. Okay, so this is all that we need to do for this. Okay, but one thing left. Do you know? Go to this method, send message. I believe you've done that correction already. Good job. If you haven't done it, then let's go to the Hub. We want to get rid of all these guys in here, and I want to maintain it, replace it with what? Chat, and I will say this is chat. Grab this chat, and now instead of all this, we're going to clear this and now pass on here. The first one, and this one, which one? It's simple. I think you go for this one, isn't it? Yes, I also go for this. Okay, now we're going to save this in here, and now let's try to run this again, and now check it out. So this is ready, and now let's click on chat and check it out. So chat, and it's going to open. So we have it here. You can see this is a nice one that we have built. Chat connected, and now type in your name. So Netcode-Hub, Netcode-Hub, and I'm going to say hello. So before I type in hello, I'm going to grab this, go to the next page, and I'll paste this and I'll switch it in here, and I can. Okay. So I have in this, that's Netcode-Hub, and now here I'm going to say this is Fred. So let's wait for the response. So send. You can see we have it. So we have the date in here, we have the name, and we have the message. Let's respond. So hi. We have it. So you see we have this the card, and then we have this page beneath. So I can type in how are you. Now you can see that here we don't need to pass in the name again. It has been cached already. Check it. So all you have to do is pass in here. It's because that we are not having authentication attached to this. Okay, that's the reason why we have to hardly, or we have to manually store this. So how are you? I'm fine, sir. You know, it's all the time. Make sure being being respectful, polite is the key. Okay. So please, how are you too? Okay, so please, I'm fine, sir. Okay, so send it, and I can see we can actually chat here. When you extend the next page, you can also do same. So we've been able to customize our UI and also the code itself to simplify this and put everything in a model that we can implement. Okay, now let's see what is the next thing that we can actually do to implement or to modify this chat system that we are building. So this time around, I don't think this is good. When you check we have our UI in here as a razor component, and in there beneath we have all the code, the connection, hub connection creating, and etc. There might be that there might be a time that you want to actually increase or add some features to the system. And now currently what we have about line 78. So this could increase the number of codes on this file. Okay, so it's better that we extract all the necessary ones and create them as a service. Now when you create as a service, we then have to register it, and we can use a service in here. I think this is the best way. So let's try to create a service for this and see what we can do. So in the, you can see that we created service in here, not a service, a project, class library as a chat model. So this is going to contain all our models. The next thing here that's going to do is, the service that we're going to create is going to be used by only the client. So there's no need for us to put it inside that class. We can put it within this. So right click on the client. We're going to create a new folder to this, and we can set it as client services or chat services, etc. So let's say this is chat services. Inside this folder, we're going to create a class here and name this class as chat service. So chat service. So we have this service in here. Now, what is the first thing to do as far as this service is concerned? When you go through the chat page, we have our connection string. Is it a connection string? Or yes, hub connection. Now this hub connection, as soon as the page initializes, we are building the hub connection. We specify the nav manager, and now we are linking straight to the URL that we specified in the server section. Okay. Aside from that, we want to register for a receive method. So as soon as I click on a message or a sending message, this message has been registered already, and now we can retrieve it and now pass in the content that we need. Okay. Aside from receiving, when it's accepted, we're going to add it to the chat list that we have in here, and now we're going to invoke it so we display it on the screen. Okay. So let's first of all create a class. Now within the class constructor, we want to initialize this as soon as the page loads initially. Okay. So the same thing as here, we want to load inside the page constructor, and now we can create this as a single method that we can call when the page initializes, and we can call this and now this together. Okay. Then the same method too, we can also do that. And here we're not going to use this invoke async method again. We're going to use an action whereby you're going to subscribe to that event, and as soon as anything gets fired, the page which I subscribed already also will get re-rendered, and I'm going to see the current context or the current data on the screen. So once you have this client service created, the first thing we're going to do here is we need to set up our action method. And now the first thing is we have our action as invoke chat display. You can give it a name at all, make sure it is nullable. Aside from that, we want to retrieve the chat list from the service, so we want to have our service in here. So we have our list of chats, and in here we have to bring in the chat.models namespace. So that's our chat. Now let's create a read only for this hub connection. So set this as hub read only for the hub connection. So the hub connection that we created, we initialize it inside the chat page. That is what we are bringing it in here. Okay. So you have this hub connection, and we need to create from the very onset when the page is being called or this file is being called. We have to create constructor for this chat service, and now you pass in navigation manager, and now in that we can get the navigation manager to absolute URI, as you can see from the previous ones. Then we build this. So when we build it, this is going to be built when we create a constructor for the page. Okay, for this chat service, that's where we call all this. Aside from doing this, we need to create a single method here to receive message, and now this message or this method receive the message. When you check this chat, when you check our chat hub, we have this receive message as a method, and now you pass in this. So you have to create a way to retrieve or to receive a message from this method, and that is exactly what we are doing in here. Okay, so receive message, and that is a method in here, and now in that we add the chat to the list that we have already. Then we invoke the display, because here chat has been changed, chat has been added to the list that we have already. So we have to update it or invoke it so we can see the current context or the current chat being added. Then the last one left here is to start the connection. So after receiving the chat, binding this, and I'm making all the methods available in here, we have to start the connection. So let's have another method here to start connection, and that is the start connection async. So in here, have connection.start. Then we need to create a property value for is connected, which is a Boolean expression. We can put it on top here. So you can see that this is solved. And if I click on send chat, we're going to move that method from the UI to this place. So send chat, we call this method, and now in here we pass in the chat model. Okay, so the chat model is going to send it, and now when it gets to this received, we're going to pass the same chat model to the received, and now it's going to be added to the list that we have in here. So it's like it goes in there and now it returns. So when returning, it's going to add to this list, and I'm going to display it on the screen. You see? Good. Now this is the service that we need to create. Now we're going to consume this, but first of all, let's go to the program. Now in here we have to register the service, so build out the services. Dot add, this is going to be scope. Then let's say this is chat service. We did not create interface, so we need only one. Let's grab this also. Let's go to the server. And now paste it in here. So before the build, paste it in here. So chat service, it is consumed from the client service, so that's fine, because defaultly the server has a page or a project reference of the client. So anything that you want to reference in the client, it is possible. But if you want to reference anything from the server to the client, it is not. Okay, this is possible because you have the service inside the client, and if you don't register this, you're going to have an error, because anything that must go through the client must pass on the server first. Okay, we have this. Now let's go to the chat page, and now all the lists that we have in here, we're going to clear everything. Okay, maintain and leave only the chat. So let's leave this, the hub connection. We're going to clear this, and we're going to clear this as well. So let's clear all from here. So it is no more. We have only the chat and the stored username. Okay, so in here, what can we do? We have to inject this chat service. So let's put it on top. And we say this inject chat service. We say this chat service. And this chat service is coming from the namespace of this. We don't need the nav manager because we're not using it. Copy the chat service, and now from the list of chats you can get from the service. Also from this we can get from the service. Then that is also here we have the list we get from the service, and also this checking state, or the Boolean expression, which tells you if the connection is well established or not. Just get it. Now with this method, what can we do? We can just create a page lifecycle method, and that's the initialize async. And in that, we subscribe to this. But before we subscribe, we have to implement iDisposable interface. So on top, we have to add that. Okay. Now we have to implement the interface in it. That's the reason why we're having the error in that. So in our page, when the page loads, we are subscribing. Now when the page disposing, we want to unsubscribe from this, and it must come from the page dispose method. So dispose, then we unsubscribe from this. If I click on send message, what do I want to do? I want to send a message and call the send chat service. That's from the chat service, and I'll pass in the model. Okay, so this is what I need to do. Very simple one. Yes, so all I need to do here is to create a service, and I'll consume the service in there. All right, now I think it's okay. Let's save this. Let's build this and check it out. All right, so the app is ready. Now let's click on chat. Now let's see. So we are in. We're going to open another interface from this page. We have this. We can extract. Let's extract this too. As you know, Netcode-Hub. So connected. Netcode-Hub. This time it's Netcode. So I'm going to say hi, Fred. And now this is going to be Fred. And now I'm going to say hi, Netcode. So they are exchanging what? Hi. Now let's initialize this first. So we have it, hi Fred. Then if I click on send, hi Netcode. Because it is working, isn't it? Exactly, it is working. Okay, so we've been able to implement a class, a simple class, to cut out everything from the UI. And now we have it in a service that we can inject it. We create dependency injection, and we are using it. So what you're going to do next here is to save the chat to database and also retrieve the chat from the database and display it on the screen. So in order to do that, we have to install some packages, framework call.tools, and now we're going to use an SQLite database. Okay, so let's quickly do that. And we have our server, then we have our client. This is going to happen in the server. So these are the steps that we need to do first. We have to first install our packages. After that, we have to create a connection string. We create our appdb context class. We register the connection string. We perform migration. We create our repo. Then we expose controller. We create our endpoint that we can get it saved and retrieve the list. Very simple. Okay, so let's keep this going. Now right click on the dependencies, or even when you have it here, I have these packages installed already. So just install them, framework call.sqlite, and now tools. So install these 3 packages. When we are done, let's start with our connection string. So go to appsetting.json, and in here we are adding a connection string, and the default connection here, it is what? Data source is equal to my chat.db. Since we are using an SQLite, that is how we're supposed to specify, because this is going to create a file which is going to be attached to our system. Okay, so once you're done, then let's go to program.cs file and register this connection in there. So here we're going to say that builder.services.rdb context, and let's pass in this appdb context. But we have not created the appdb context yet. Okay, so let's go to solution, right click on the chat. Let's add a new folder to this and name it as data. Inside this, we need to create our appdb context class. So we said it's an appdb context. And now since we have framework call installed, we can inherit from db context. Okay, now in here we can create constructor for this. Or we can use this one. We can just clear this. We can use constructor and pass in this options. Let's specify the DB context class. But length here we can use primary constructor, very simple one. Aside from that, we can use DB set. Let's pass in our chat model. And now with the chat model, we need to include the namespace. And this is chats. Okay. Now when we are done, let's go to the program and then register this. So appdb contest. Then we need to specify the options. So option.use SQLite. Oh, it's supposed to be O, see? So dot use SQLite. Then what we need to do here is to pass in the configuration dot get connection string. And now what is the name of the connection string? That is the default. Okay, so let me put this to the next line. So we have this here. You see that, so appdb contest, then I will pass an option.use an SQLite, and in that we are specifying the configuration of the connection string in the very simple one. You see? Okay, so now that we are done here, what's the next thing to do? We can perform database migration. Let's try that and see. But before that, let's build this project and check it out. So we're going to build the server project. Right click on this, build project. So succeeded. Now let's click on package manager console. Let's set the server to startup project, and our package manager console, we're going to add migration. So add migration, let's make it as first. Now let's update the database. I think database spelled wrongly, so we're gonna have an error in that. Let's see. Yes, we know it already. Don't worry. Let's do it again. Yeah, so it is done. Now let's create our repo for this. So right click on this, we're going to add a new folder to this, and we're going to say this is repos. Let's right click on this and add a class. Now this class is going to be, let's say, chats repo. Now this chat repo, let's use primary constructor, which was introduced in C# version 12, and we're going to say this is appdb contest. Then let's create a public async task or save chat async, and now you pass in this chat, which is coming from the models. We have it instance created, and now in here we're going to say that appdb contest dot chat dot add. Then we're going to add the chat. So from that, await appdb contest dot save changes async. We save the changes. So we're saving it here, and now this is get. So let's have public async task, and there's going to be a list of chat. And now here we're going to say get chat async, and now with this it maps up to await appdb contest dot chat dot to list from entity framework call to list async. Okay, Now let's register in the program.cs file. So in here, builder.services.add scope. Then let's add chat repo. Okay. Now once you're done with this, let's create our controller. So before we do that, we have to expose this. So let's add a controller service. So .add controllers. So we add controllers, and we have to map the controller down here. So app.map controllers. Okay, so we map it like this, and aside from doing this, we have to create controllers folder. So let's add this and say this is controllers. Now let's add a controller to this. So API empty one, and you're going to say that this is chat. So in here we can still use primary constructor, and we need to add chat repo. So we need an endpoint here, since we just need only an endpoint for the client to consume. Okay, but for saving, we're going to implement it in the hub. So let's have http get, and here we have our public async task. Now this is coming from an action results, which we can also have a list of chat. So, and in this we can have a look at get chat. So get chat async, whereby this map up to okay, then await chat repo dot get chat async. This is what we are doing. Very simple. Now in order to save the chat, let's go to the Netcode-Hub, and now in here let's inject the chat repo. Now this is going to be made possible since in the same server. Okay, we can use the repo, but outside the server we have to use an endpoint. So here we say chat repo, then chat repo. So before we save, we're going to say that await chat repo dot save chat. We pass in this chat model. That is all. Very simple. Okay, now aside from that, let's consume this. So before we consume this, let's register this service before we forget. So let's go to program.cs file in the client service or the client project. Okay, and now in here we have to register an HTTP as service. Okay, so that's all we need. If we don't do this, we might forget it. Alright, but you're not working on the client now, so we can still close it. Okay, so in here this is working. Now let's run this and see. So you can see that we have the app running, but I want to open the database, so we need to install DB browser, SQLite, and click on open database. And that is the database that we created to open this, and I click on browse data. So you can see we have an empty one in here. Okay, now we're going to test and see. When we add, we might see the data or the message in here. So let's say we have hi. This is not hi, it is Fred, and I'm going to say hi. So as soon as I click on send, it is here, and when we come to our data and I refresh this, you can see we have it in here. Let's open the next one. So the new one is ready. Now let me extend this in here. Okay, so here it is, hi Fred. Now here I'm going to say this is netcode I'm going to say hello. Now if I click on send, I have this in here. Now let's check the database. So you can see that here we have everything, right? This working, and we have to then display it in here, because if I copy this and the third person tries to access this, the page becomes blank. But when you check the chat, we have about 2 chats in here. We are not saying when you open this, you check the message from the route API/chat. We have this chat in here. You see that we have these 2 chats. So it is up to us to consume this and display it on the screen anytime a new user joins. Okay, so let's implement that. Now let's go to the chat page, and now in there, since we want to call the database when the page loads up, we want to actually have it in the code, okay, the file. So we are not going to implement, we're not going to use this class for now. Let's write it within the code. So here from the chat page.razor, we are going to specify this down here. So instead of this, using this service, we can get rid of this. We want to all the time make some things simple as well. Okay, so for now, we want to clear this code, and let's see, we have to remove this. Okay, so we need to, when the page initializes, we know what we need to do already. We have to create our hub connections and a list of chats. So here we can specify these guys in here. We have our chat, we have a hub connection, then we have a list of chats. When the page loads up, you want to build a hub. So in a very simple way, we can build the hub in here. So after building the hub, what can we do? We have to bind up to the message that we're going to retrieve. So what is a message, or what is a method that we're going to retrieve? You know, that's a receive message. So when you check the chat hub, it's going to call this method. So I'm passing this model as a parameter. Now here we are going to retrieve it. So from chat page, you're going to retrieve it in here. And now when we retrieve it, what are we doing? There's a payload, so that's the chat. We adding it to the list of chat that we have in here. You see, this is very simple. Okay, it's very simple than using the class to handle this. That's the reason why we are not using the class. You want to make this project simple one for you to get the understanding. But the class, we're going to use this later on, so don't worry. Okay, we have to inject our connection string on top. This is our connection string, and that's a navigation manager on top. So let's inject it in here. Okay, now this is solved. So after adding the chat to the list, we have to start. So Control KD. We have to then start the connection. Okay, so in order to start the connection, we have to have just a line of code, then we can now start. So once we start, that is where we want to make an endpoint API call. So let's create an instance of an API, not the HTTP. Then we're going to use this HTTP call. So let's have this call. Okay, so you can see that we having the list. This is going to return a list of what? Chat, and we are getting from JSON as a list of chats. So there is a localhost, there's a port, API, route, and now we have the controller name. Okay, so we have this in here. And aside from that, we can test if our connection is in order, and that's what we did. So from the end, we can check if it's connected, and also we have to make a call to that method in the hub, and that is a send message. So you can see from here, what you're doing here is we send a message, we call this method, we pass in this property. Is it property? And this model as a payload. When it comes to the chat hub, this is a method that we are sending. It also broadcasts it to everybody, and the current user has a method receive message. So we're also passing the same message. what is sent to all clients. Then this message, when it comes to the chat page, we are receiving this message in here from the method. There's a payload coming in. We add it to the chat of list, and then we re-render the page to get this displayed. When we make a call also, we're going to assign the list of chat that we have in here onto this chat list. That is when the page initializes. Okay, so we can be adding multiple chats. The next chat that we can add. So this gets assigned and displayed at the first time. Then the user can now, because since we are adding, the user can now be adding more to this chat. So we can display, we can see everything. That's a very simple thing that we are doing. So when you compare this and using the service, I think this is much more easier to understand than the service. That's why we are using this for now, okay? So don't mind, the service will be there. We're going to be using it later on. So since we are now going to use the service in here, we have to remove this service. And also from this, we want to check from the list of models as container that we have, and we have to also remove this because we have them from this page. Okay, now let's save this and let's run this application and check it out. Alright, so let's see, it is opening. Now let's start everything again. So I'm going to say this is hi Fred. Then I'm going to say maybe this is a good day. So I'll just start a conversation, and it is in here. Then this is Netcode. Okay, so then I'll say, oh, good day, how are you? Then with this, let's see. So we have these two conversations here. The next person joins, and now let's check it out. So I'm going to copy this, go to the next page, paste it here, and now you can see we have the message. And maybe this person is, so you connected. This person is maybe this is you, right? So this is you, and you want to say that, hey everyone. Now check it out. Send it, and now we get it. The next person joins from this angle. Now let's see. It sees everything, so you can read all the messages. Yeah. Okay. So what is the next one? We're going to implement authentication to our application, a chat app. So we're going to protect our app. It's not anybody who can just bump into our app and start using. I'm not sure you would like your app to be that. You want to have an authentication system, correct one, so that when a user wants to chat, he or she must get logged in before he can perform any tasks within an application. So within this, we're going to add cookie authentication. Why are we adding cookie authentication? Because that is the best for our chat app. Why? I believe you're asking yourself, or you're asking me, why? Or you're asking yourself, why? Okay. The reason is we don't want to store the token for a longer period. As soon as the browser gets closed, we want our token to also get rid of. The next time if you want to chat, you have to log in again. We don't keep state for a longer period of time. As soon as your browser is open, yes, cookie is available, you can use, you can chat. As soon as you close the browser, the app is off, then your cookie too is going to be cleared off. So the next time that you want to chat, we do not have any token stored in the local storage or etc. to retrieve it. No, you have to do it again. And now with this too, within the cookie authentication, we are not going to set persist to true. When we set persist to true, it tells you that it's going to add a certain number of days before this token or the cookie gets expired. You see, so anytime that you log in, as soon as you close the browser, you close the tab, it means the cookie must be cleared off. And that is when persist is set to false, persistent. Okay, the talking is too much. What do you think? Okay, so let's get going. So we're going to work on a server first. I have made a video on custom quick authentication in interactive render mode .NET 8 web app. So if you haven't checked that one out, also check the description of the playlist. Okay, you can also find everything in there. And this video description contains the playlist and also contains some separate videos on that. Okay. So since we are using SQL Server, we need to install these 3 packages, and I believe you know them already, isn't it? What are they? One is what? EF Core, that is one, correct? The other one is what? SQL Server. And now 2 is perfect. These are the 3 packages that we need to install. So let's get them installed. And you know what? I have the package reference already, so I need not to install it again. But I believe you know how to install these, isn't it? That's fine. So this is what I'm going to do. Let me just expand this. And I'm going to right click on the server and I click on unload project. That is what I normally do. Yes. And in here from the package reference, we even have them here already. Because you know that we made an operation so we can save the data into database. And now we're using an SQLite. Okay. So would it be possible if you want to, or should we change this to an SQL server? Okay. You know, quick authentication, we are going to be using IdentityDB. So maybe I think we can use SQL server or SQLite, anyone. Okay. Let's maintain the SQLite and see if possibly this identity manager can work with SQLite. If it couldn't, then we change it to SQL Server. Okay, so let's maintain what we have already. We have EF Core, we have the SQLite, and we have tools. Okay, so we close this, and now let's reload because we did not add anything. So let's reload. Now I'm going to unload the client. Okay, and now if I unload the client, we need to install one package to the client, and that is a component.webassembly.authentication. So here, the next line, okay, so if so you can see we have Microsoft.ASP.core.component.webassembly.authentication. That's what we need. Okay, so install this package as well. Save it. Now right click on a reload project with dependencies so we can have this package installed. So we're going to create a folder here, and maybe in a server I'm going to name it as authentication. If you've watched the custom quickie video, you know the same thing, that's what we're doing. So I'm going to say this authentication. We need to create our application user class, which is going to inherit from identity user, because in here we're going to take in name as well. So on the same authentication folder that we just created, we're going to add a class of this, and here I'm going to make it short. Instead of application user, it's too long for me. What of you? That is the best one. Okay, so follow this app user, and now with this I'm going to use prompt, and now here I'm going to have a string of full name. So maybe I'll make this required. And now say this equal to string.empty. Okay, now this is going to head from identity user. Let's save this. Let's go in there and create an AppDB contest. So I'm going to create, let me just, okay, so AppDB contest to come. Let me add a folder to this, and I'll name it as, oh, okay, so we have it already. I've forgotten that we created this a long time. So we have an AppDB contest here, and now inside the DB contest, we're going to use IdentityDB contest. And now, aside from doing that, we need to install the Microsoft Netcode-Identity framework. Okay, so let's install this package. So just click on this and I'll go to install this, find the latest version and install. Okay, so it is installing this. Let's wait. Alright, so it has been installed successfully and we have no error again. Okay, so now we have our IdentityDB context, and in that we have to specify this app user class that we created, which inherits from identity user. Okay, so now we are done with this. We know we have a data connection set already in the app.json, so we're not going to tackle that. I said earlier that we're going to try with the SQLite. If it works, fine. If it doesn't, then we're going to switch it to SQL Server. So let's try that and see. Two of us, we are going to do it together. Okay, let's try that and see. Okay, so once you're done here, we need to configure our identity core, identity service, and let's go to the server, and in here we're going to add them here. So before this app build, where is it? Okay, that is this one. We're going to have builder.service.add identity core, this one. Specify your app user. So here dot add entity framework store. You pass in a DB context class. That's fine. Aside from that, we're going to add sign in manager. Then we're going to add default token provider. That's what we need. Okay. So we are not done. After adding this identity core service, we have to also add authorization service and authentication service. So we need two services to be added. All right, let's get this done. The same builder.services dot add authorization. Then let's have builder.services dot add authentication. And inside this authentication, we need to specify some options. And now with this option, we're going to say option.default scheme. Oh, I selected policy. We want default scheme. So default. Do we have scheme? Okay, see what I did. Did you do the same? Authentication, and I went in for an authorization. Okay, so we have default scheme, and that is this one. It's equal to identity constant dot application scheme. That is first one. We have the same thing, so we can make a duplicate of this, and here instead of having default scheme, we're gonna have default sign in scheme, and I'm gonna have the same thing. So here I'm gonna specify external scheme. Okay, we then add identity cookie. Yes, that is all. See, this is very simple. Okay, so once you're done with this, we need to perform migration. So we have the database created, the new ones, and etc. We need to actually do it. Okay, so from package manager console, first of all, let's build this project. So build solution. This is built successfully. So we go to package manager console, then we say add migration. We say add authentication. And now this is done. Update database. Let's see if it will work with an SQL. Then we can continue on. Else, then we're going to change it to our SQL Server. Wow, this is done. Did you see that? Did you get yours? Okay, so I'm going to launch DB browser. And now with this, we're going to open up to the file, what we did. So click on this, go to open database. And now in here, I'll choose my chat DB Open this, and now wow, you see we have a whole lot of tables in here. So browse data. We have ASP.NET rows, we have this, we have that, we have what we constructed here. What we need actually most is the ASP.NET users. For now, we have no user, so we're going to see if we can add user to this. Let me close everything. Yeah, so we have in this, we have full name. Oh, see what I did? Full name. Whoa. This one, let's see if I app DB for app user, you go to the, where is it? Authentication app user. Whoa, I believe you saw this, isn't it? So full name. Okay, so now we have done this, we have to add migration again. So add migration, and let me say this is update full name, and I'm going to make that change in here. Okay, and let's see the change. So from full name W up to full name, yes. Update this. And there is done. So with this, once you're done, we can close all this stuff. You're going to create the next one is going to create a class. Now this class, you're going to name it as persistent server authentication state provider, which is going to inherit from a server authentication state provider. This prepares the token of the user, the authentication of the user, and now it passes it on to the client to consume it. And in the client, you're going to also create another class that is known as persistent authentication state provider, whereby that class is going to inherit from authentication state provider, because as soon as it gets the data, it gets a service from the persistent component state, then it's going to retrieve the claims in that service and now inject it into the authentication state provider, whereby we can use it everywhere in the page. Okay, so let's create this. Let's first work on the server, because that is what we are targeting now. We're going to create a class in here, and now this class is going to be persistent server authentication state provider. It sounds long, right? You can just shortcut this. Okay, you can make it PSAST. Yeah, that's fine. So PSAST, that's going to be the persistent server authentication state provider. And now this class is going to inherit from server authentication state provider, and we must include disposable. Now this, we must implement an interface for this, and we have to make this happen. Okay, we need some properties that we need to create. Persistent component state, which is actually going to handle the authentication state and I'll transport it to the client. And this is going to be a private. I have a read only. Persistent. Oh, persistent. This is persistent component state, and now we can name this as state. We need to also create another one, identity option. So private read only identity options, and we say this is options. We need last one, not last one. We need private, the same read only. Persistent service, we need to actually subscribe to this service. Then we say this is subscription, and aside from that, we need a private. There's going to be a task of authentication state. So for user authentication state, and now here we call it as authentication state. The same thing. I'm going to add a task to it. Okay, so there is authentication states, and we can make this as nullable. Okay, now once we're done here, we're going to have our public. We need to actually create constructor. So CTOR, create our constructor in here, and now we're going to inject this one. So persistent component state, this one, persistent component state. So down here, I'm going to have this. Then we need I option. So I options. I options, we specify in identity options. And now we call this as option accessors. Okay, now we have injected this. We need to initialize this field. Okay, so initialize field of state. Now this state, this is wrong. We don't want to do this. You want to say this state here is equal to the persist component state. Oh, so this is supposed to be persist component state. Should it be like this? Changes to P, small one. And now you're saying state here is equal to this persist component state. Okay, that's what we want. Aside from that, you're going to say options is equal to option accessor dot value. Okay. Alright, so now we have this in the constructor. What again can we do? We can have on authentication state change, we can create an event to handle that as soon as it gets changed. So authentication state change plus equal to, then on authentication state change. Okay, so we have this, but we need to create definition for this. So create a method for this. We have the method in here. Okay, now aside from this, we're going to subscribe this. So we're going to say subscription is equal to state dot register on persistent. Then in here we specify on persistent async. We're going to create that method soon. So persistent async. Let's specify render mode. Render mode dot. So we need to include this component dot web. So render mode dot interactive WebAssembly, because that is what we are creating it for. Okay, we have to now terminate this. We need to create a method for this on persistent async. So let's populate let's say our claims. But before we do that, we need to create a property or a model to gather all the claims that we need from the user and now send it to the component state, whereby the component state also going to transmit it or transport it to the client. And now within the client, we can retrieve it. Okay, so in here to the client, we can add a class with this. So let's go to the client in here, and now within the client we have, okay, so we can create a model to handle this. Let's add a folder and now name this as models. And now with this models, we're going to add a new model, and it's going to be user info. User info, what are the properties we need? We need string. Now this string, we need user ID. So we need only the ID in here. We also need string. This is email. We need string. Then full name. We need these three properties. Okay, so let's set them here. Now when they come in here, within this authentication, we pass in the payload of task authentication state. So with this task that we have in here, we're going to assign this authentication task that we set defaultly to this. So when this method is called, we pass in the task, and now we want to assign the default one that we created to the task. That's all that we are doing. Okay, so maybe we need not to be using this. We can use this lambda expression to get rid of that. Okay, so now once you are done, we need to create a method for this. So control period, generate a method for this. We have this method down here. I'd like to put it here rather. Okay, so the method will be here rather, and that's unpersistent. So in this, what I'm going to do, we're now going to fish out the user. So we can say that var authentication state is equal to await authentication this authentication state task. Okay, because this, when we call this method, we pass in the authentication state, and now this contains the identity of the user, so we assign it here. So before we call this method has been called already, and we have the value for this authentication task. Then we assign it to this. Okay, let's terminate this. So let's check if user authenticated only. That is where you want to perform the following thing. Okay, so we're gonna say that let's create a principal and grab this first. So we say this is principal, not prim, it is print. Yeah, very simple one. So principal is equal to, we're gonna have authentication state dot, then you can have user in here. So we're saying that if user, okay, if principal not user, if principal dot identity dot is authenticated is equal to true, that is where we want to perform the following. What are you going to do? You want to grab in user ID is equal to, then principal dot first, then in here we pass in this options dot claims identity dot, you can see from here we have user ID. We can make this nullable, and now we want its value. That is what we are interested. So let's make a duplicate of this, and now here we need email. Now email here, it is a username. So first, find first, then we're gonna say that here it is user, let's say email claim type dot value. So we get the values in here. Okay, now from this we want to grab the name. So in order to grab the name, what can we do? So we want to say that this is full name here, so full name. Okay, so that's full name. Now with this, we want to grab principal dot identity, so we're going to remove all these, and our principal dot identity dot claims. Do you have claims in here? Okay, then let's see. So dot claims dot first, don't use first, we're going to use where, or let me use, you want to get name, so where ff dot type is equal to claims type, claim types dot name. Okay, then dot, you want to grab the last one. The reason is the first one, email, is also name, username. So we want to grab the last one, and now we have a full name and our email. This is going to pick the first one, and now we're going to pick the last one, so we can have the person's name. We try that and see if we have any error here. We're going to change it, and now make it work. Okay, so don't worry. All right, now once you're done, we can now set it to the state. That's a persistent component state if and only none of this is null. So we have to check. So if user ID do you have user ID? Talking about this. Okay, so if user ID, oh, it's supposed to be in here, you know, I forgot that, and I believe you didn't. So we're going to say if user ID is not equal to null and email is also not equal to null and full name is also not equal to null, that is only when we want to perform this. So we want to say that state dot persist, so keep the state as JSON, and I pass on to the client. We have name of the model that we are using, and what the name of the model is user info class. User info class. In that we are creating a variable of what? New user info. New user info. And what are some of the properties that we need? You know, we have ID, isn't it? This ID equal to user ID. We have name. Name is, do you have name or full name? So full name is equal to full name. And the last one, email is equal to email. Yes, that's what we want. Okay, this is string and this is string. Okay, so we have full name dot where, and what is it saying? It is saying that cannot convert claims to. So let's see, dot last dot value. Yes, it's now string. Okay, so control KD, we have it. Well, let's clear this. Okay, now when disposing, what can we do? We just dispose a subscription. So we're going to say that subscription dot dispose, and we say authentication state change. Where is it? State change, we unsubscribe, so that's why we are minusing. Okay, from authentication state change. Okay, so now we are done with this. We have to register this in the program.cs file. Very simple. So we go to the program, and down here we're going to say that builder.services .add. Let's add cascading first before we forget this. Okay, then builder.services .add scope, and on this scope we need an authentication state provider. Do you have it? Authentication state provider. Then we specify the persistent server, that is the fake provider that we created. Okay, persistent server authentication state provider. And okay, so we did not close this well. Okay, that is done. What is left? Let's go to our route, and this can be found. We need a component. So you can see we have this a route in here, and now within the route we need to specify, instead of this authorized view, we don't need to add cascading anymore because we've added that as a service. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say authorize route view. Okay, I don't think we need all this. We can just take this off and I include as a namespace. So control period using this, and that is it. So in here you can also close this. When if you're not authorized, what do you want to do? If you're authorized, what you're going to do. But for now, you want to maintain. So before you route to any page, we want to make sure you are authorized, you're authenticated. Okay, that's fine. What's the next thing to do? So we need to create a service in here. Or before you create a service, we actually want to log out, right? And now in using cookie authentication in this .NET 8 Blazor Web App Interactive Render mode, we cannot actually sign out as we normally do from identity.signing manager.signout, and it's going to work. Not going to work in that way. You can try that and comment it beneath this video later on. So we need to create an endpoint. Now this endpoint is going to be minimal API endpoint for only the logout. Okay, actually as for me, I do hate minimal APIs a lot. I don't know the reason why. But for now, that's the only thing that we can do to sign user out. So let's get this created. And after creating, we're going to add this to the service as well. So when we say authentication folder, we're going to add a class with this. And on this class is going to be identity component endpoint route builder extension. Wow, long name. Okay, let's go. So identity component endpoint route builder extension. Okay, so we have this class created, and now this class is going to be internal static class. So let's have internal, because you're going to be here only. Now within this, we need to create our public static, and now the return type of this is I endpoint conversion builder. Convention. Okay, so convention, and this should come from I endpoint Microsoft.builder namespace. Okay, then let's say this is map. We're going to give it a name. So you can give it any name of your choice. Okay, so map additional identity endpoint. And now with this, we need to specify this to make a self-reference. And now we are making an explicit referencing of this I endpoint. Oh, see what I did? No, I endpoint. Okay, so I endpoint route builder. So we need this, and this also should come from the namespace of routing. Okay, let's give it a name. We say this is, oh, why is it? We say this is endpoint. You can add S. Okay, so from the next line, what are we doing here? We're gonna do you have to try an exception if this is null? That's not needed, because you're gonna call only a method in here, and before we call that method, the properties or what we need is going to be available. So let's create var account group is equal to endpoint so I want to get this endpoint, see what it's doing. So endpoint dot map group, and now this we're going to make it as account. So since we're going to make a call to this, let's have this for a slash, and aside from this, we're going to say account group dot map post. So dot map post, because this is going to be a post, we're going to post it to this endpoint so we can have access to the HTTP context, and I'll sign out easily. Okay, so map post, and now in here we're going to say this is logout. So the full route here is account/logout. Okay, this is going to be an async. And now within async, we're going to pass in, these are the parameters. Claim, we need claims principal, this one, and let's say this is the user coming in. We need to also pass in sign in manager, so we can sign the user out. And now we need app user for the class that we created. And now in here we need the sign in manager. Okay, so we have this claim, and in that we pass in a claim principal as user. Then we also pass in a sign in manager, which takes in the application user class that we created, and now we give it a name as sign in manager. Okay, aside from that, what can we do? We can then point this out. Okay, so we don't need this. Now when we point this out, okay, so let's terminate this. We're going to say that await sign in manager. Since we have the sign in manager, we can now go in for sign out, because here we have the HTTP context. I'm not sign in. See, don't make mistake as I did. So sign out, and after sign out, we want to then return I endpoint convention builder, and then this is going to be the typed result dot local redirect. And now with this redirect, you want to redirect to the home page. If you want to redirect to any other page, you can make this happen in here. Okay, then last one here, we're going to return account group. Okay, so okay, so this is only for sign out, and that's only what we're going to do. Aside from doing this, control period, we can just remove unnecessary users. Let's make this simple. Okay, let's go to the program, and now down here we're going to say app dot map additional endpoint. Okay, so we add this in here. All right, so now this is done. This is ready. The next thing that we're going to do here is to create our login and our register page. Okay, so in our pages in here, maybe you can create an account folder to the pages. Let's say this is accounts folder in the pages. We're going to have two pages in this. The first one is going to be what? Guess what? Login. So login, then we're going to have register, isn't it? So let's finish the login. Now with the login, what are we going to do? We're going to create an instance of this. So maybe you can have a string message or error, etc. So maybe you want to display message in case you want to. And in here, we're going to use a login model. So we can create it down here. We're going to say this is a class. So this is login model. And we need, so this is public string. So we need email, and we need email and password. So you must log in with this. So we can set on top here as required, which then comes from component model. So a system.component models or data annotations, we can include it here. So we're going to use using and system system.component model dot data annotation. So we can now use this. Let me close this. Let's log in up, pick component and open it again. Okay, so we have this, and now we can use required. Let's see. Okay, data annotations, not annotation. Annotations. Okay, we can then make a copy of this, and now in here we're going to put it in here. This is not null, so you're going to say string dot empty. We can just copy this and assign it to this as well. And aside from this, this is email address, and now this is password, right? Okay. So we're going to make this field each required. We have the email and password. That's the only thing that we need in here. We can just remove this. Now let's assume, let's create async task, and we say this is login async. So in case I click on login, what am I going to do? We're first going to search the user, so we need to inject our sign-in manager in here. So we're going to say that at inject, so we need user manager. We specify this app user. Then we say this is user manager. This needs a namespace of Microsoft identity, so it's over here. And our app user also needs a namespace that we need to add it. Okay, we also need our sign-in manager. So let's have our sign-in manager, which takes in this app user, and now we say this is sign in. Sign left the in. Okay, so we now have this. What we're going to do first is we're going to say check or find user. So we say var find user is equal to await user manager dot find by email, and now in here we specify, oh, we did not specify, so we're going to have private, and this is login model, and let's say this is login model. We have get set equal to new. Then with this login model, we can say this login model dot email. Okay, maybe we can just change this to that small l. So login model dot email, we're going to find it. So here, if find user is equal to null, it means user is not found. So in then, what are we going to do? We're going to say that message is equal to sorry, user is not registered. Yeah, something like that. And at the end, we want to return. Else, what do you want to do? It means the user is found. Then let's check the user password. So we're going to say var result is equal to await, and in there we can use this sign in, not single. Sign in manager dot, we're going to have an API called check password sign in async. We specify in the user, finding user, and also the password, that's the login model dot password. Okay, and now it's lockout. We set this to false. This is the first time login, so we need not to set that. So here we're going to check, and now this is going to return a boolean true or false. So we're going to say that if result, that is false, what are we going to do? We can have this results dot succeeded. We can just copy the same thing in here, and instead of this we say that sorry, and we can make it like invalid email or password. Okay, but in case everything is intact, then I'm going to say await sign in manager dot sign in async or password sign in. Let's use password sign in. And now in that, we're going to specify the user, find user. We need a password, and that's a login model.password. Aside from that, we need is persistent. We want to set this to false because as soon as the user logs in and close the browser or the tab, authentication must also be closed. And now it's lockout. We set this to false as well. Okay, so now we have this. I can put this in the next line like this beautifully. This can also be in here. Okay. So now that we log in successfully, what are we going to do? We can then return, or instead of us returning this, we can inject navigation manager and now. So at inject navigation manager, and this is nav manager. So after signing in successfully, we want to say nav manager.navigate you, and now you want to force reload. Okay, our login is ready, but I left the UI. For UI, I don't have time, so we can be typing on the UI. I'm going to grab it, and I believe you can also create a simple UI for yourself, which is going to handle the username and password and etc. Yes, I believe you can do that. Okay. So on top here, I'm going to have my simple UI, and as an edit form, it has this method as post. So here we are not using interactivity because just a form, and when we make this post and I give it a form name, we can handle it ourselves. Okay, so this login model, or maybe you can make it as login user. Okay, and here we're going to say this is login model. So here it is login async, do you remember? And this is login model. So with this, I'm going to change this to email, so login, or where I have this input, I have to change them. Okay, the same thing applies to this one, get change, and that is it. We don't want to, and so we can just remove this. Okay, now if I click on the button, then submit this to the form. Very simple one. And now this is message. So in case you have the message is not null, then please display the message to the user. Very simple. Okay, so that's all that we are doing in here. You see, that's fine. Now let's save this, and now let's also work with the other one, that's the register. So we're going to create a class in here. Is it a class? But since we are using this, a form, I think we can use supply from form. You can use this attribute to make it a specific. So we can use supply parameter from form, yes, against the login model. Okay, so that we know that it's going to receive the data from the form. Okay, we save that. Let's go in there and create our register page as well. So register component. Yeah, so with this, we go to the login, and now what we did, or what we added, we're going to also add the same thing. So we can just cut this like this, go to the import, and now here we can just put it here. Okay, very simple. So once and for all, we're going to have it access here. Okay, so register. And now for the register, what are the things that we need? We have to create a class for this, and this is class. So this is register model, and in this we have a property, and this is public string. This is full name, that is the first one. we have our get and our set. Aside from this, we have provide email, provide password, and at the last one, maybe we have confirm password. So with this confirm password, we're going to use an attribute known as compare, and now we're going to use name of password. This also required, and now let's make this available to this as well. Password required. We make this required. And now let's say this is also email address. Then we make this required as well. Okay, let's save this. We can close this. Register. Open this again. Yes, and now we have it. So let's set this to string.empty. You can copy this, assign it to this one, assign it to each. Okay. Now we have this. Okay, so this is going to work. We have required email address. That's fine. We have password and so forth. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 properties. We need to create an instance of this. So register. We're going to have register. Then going to have get, set. Then we can set this equal to new. So let me make this as register. Okay. Then let's say this is register async. Now this must be an async task. We need to also supply this, supply from form. Then in here we say var app user is equal to new app user. Then here we're going to say that we're going to have full name is equal to registration model dot full name. We have email is equal to registration model dot email. We have password hash is equal to registration model dot password hash on the password. Then we have username is equal to registration model dot email. So you see the one that I was talking about when getting the claims, you know, username here is part of the name. Okay, so we are assigning this email to the username. So if you want to assign the full name, then we have to retrieve it with the last one to get the full name. Maybe when you try this, you're going to understand this. Okay, so now we have this. What are you going to do? You're going to say result is equal to, then you're going to have user manager dot, you're going to have create async. Do we have create async here? We don't. So you must have an await first before we can have that method. So user manager dot create async. I'm still not getting the create async. I have to write it. Yes, I have it. And I need to provide the app user and also the password, registration model dot password. You see? Yes. And it's going to get created. So here we can check if results dot succeeded. Then what are we doing? We want to have maybe another string message is equal to or we can specify this. So we can say that message is equal to maybe error occurred was creating the account. Okay, then you're going to return. But in case it succeeds, then you're going to have nav manager dot navigate to homepage. So if your account gets created, you can just go to login, etc. So you can log in. Okay, so as soon as you create an account, you can just log in, then navigate to the login. Okay, we save this one. And now this one too, we need to design our UI. So you know what? I'm not going to design a UI here. I believe you can do that. So let's set this to message. Okay, so we have register user async. So this is going to register async. Then we have the method as post. Since we're not using any interactive, it is static rendered. So we have the form name register form, and this is register model. So you can copy this, and now where we have, so this is not going to be name, that is full name. The same thing applies to this, and here it is full name. Okay, now email is email, so we need to change that. Email is email. Then password is password, the same thing is password. And our confirm password is the same. Okay, then register button, we submit it, and that'll be all. Okay, we save that, and that is all that we need to do here. Now, when the user is logged in or registered, will this work? Yes, of course it will. How are we sure this is going to work? Let's navigate to the, we have our nav menu, isn't it? So on the nav menu from here, this can be found the layout, nav menu. We go in there, we have only one in here. When you check this, we have only chat. So we want to add one more. We're going to have this and that. Okay, now it is a chat, and now before you visit the chat, and you're going to have logout. So let's say this is logout, and on this logout, we must have this authorized view. So we can remove this line and apply this. Okay, so this is authorized. Let's say this is not authorized. We have that. Authorized. Now this one, let's authorize. We need to use this authorization. Then we can go ahead and now use authorized. So if you are authorized, if you are not authorized, okay, so if you are authorized, we want you to see the chat and now log out. If you are not authorized, then we want you to see register and now sign out. You see, this is very simple. So we have login, then we have register. Okay, and now this is going to match to register, and this is login. You see, or maybe account / login, and you can have the same thing, account/register. Okay, so that's the namespace. What's the namespace? The link that we are setting up. Okay, then this is logout. So this logout here is going to be a form. Let's see how the form is going to look like. So we're going to clear this one. Okay, so within here we can just clear this nav, and I'm going to use this HTML form. So we have this form, and now we know with this form we need to specify this action, and now this action is account. That is a map group name slash the route here is logout. So yeah, to that the method here that we're going to use is post. Okay, so let's have this anti-forgery token. I can just use this and I'll get rid of it. Very long one. Okay, and let's have a button to handle this. Now this button, we're gonna have it as the type. This class is gonna be nav link, and we can have a span element in it. And now this span element, you can have this class of bootstrap icon BIBI, and here we specify an arrow dash bar dash left dash nav dash menu. Okay, so BI arrow this doesn't have an arrow bar, right? So we have BI arrow then dash bar dash left dash nav dash menu. Yeah, and that's what we have. And now we can give the name here as logout. Okay, so I believe it's an icon, bootstrap icon. So that's what you can just maintain only the logout and then get rid of this span, and it's still going to work. Okay, trust me. So now you're done with the server. Now let's go in there and try to create account and see if we're going to actually have into the database. Then we see how to log in from the client, and now consume this using the component state service and the auth state that we're going to create next. Okay, so you can see that since we are not registered or we are not logged in, you can see we have only login and register. Chat is off. Logout is also off. Now let's register. Oh, account/login. We did not specify the route. I believe you've done that already, isn't it? Good job. So on top here, see, no page route. So at page, then we say account/login. I believe yours is running because you did not follow this. You did the right thing. Okay, so at page, and here I'm going to say it's an account/register. Now let's rewind this again. Oh, okay, so this is an account. What is the T? Let's make sure it's the same thing from this login. Is it the same? Yes, it is the same. Let's run this again. So let's click on register. We have our form ready in here, as you can see beautifully. Now I'm going to open this because this is where we're going to save up to. Okay, so let's see if I have it in this form. I'm going to type the name as Netcode-Hub. So email is admin@admin.com. Or let me say admin.gmail. The password is admin@123. Admin@123. Now I'm going to click on register. And now let's see. If you're able to navigate to login, it tells us that registration is successfully. Whoa. And yes, it is. You can see it's trying to log in, but I want to check the route that we specified. We did not do the right thing, and I believe you did also. You corrected it before running, isn't it? So account/login. This is supposed to be. Now it is a turn of this to refresh and see if what we did is here. Whoa, we have it. You see that? So you can see that we have from in here we have ID. This is an ID in here. We have the name, netcode, we have the username, we have the etc. etc. This is the password and etc. Okay, so you have everything set. Now this is the time for us to log in. But before we log in, we must create a service in here so we can see that yes, we have duly logged in. Now let's terminate this, and this is working. And now let's go to the client. So now we are done with the server. Now within the client, we're going to also create the same folder for this. Now we're going to name this as Authentication. And with this, we're going to create a class, and this is going to be persistent component, persistent state, authentication state provider. So persistent authentication state provider. And you know, the first one was inheriting from server authentication state provider. This is going to inherit from authentication state provider. Authentication state provider. So we have to include the namespace, and we need to install this package. Okay. So now let's install this, and it's coming from install this package. Okay, we're having this use local version. Maybe we can try that and see. Okay, so install this package and let's wait. Yes, this is done. We need to create a constructor for this, and I believe you know this. We need to implement the class from this. Okay. So we have this class. We're going to work on this later on. So with this, what I'm going to do, we are going to consume the service, the state that we have in the persistent component state service, and maintain it or get a claim from it, and I'll pass it on to the authentication state provider to get it broadcast to every page that we use this authorized attribute. Very simple. Yeah, so let's see. We have to create a lot. So let's start creating these. Now we're going to have our private. We need to create an authentication state as a default one, which contains no user authentication, and that's going to be the default one. Okay, so we're going to say this is going to be the static, and it's read only. Let's say this is task of authentication state, and now we call this as default authenticated task. Okay, so and here we are going to say this is equal to task dot from result what is the task dot from result, and now which result? New authentication state, and now here we have new claim principal. So new claim principal. Before we have, maybe we can just remove this so we can add it as a namespace to make it short. Then in the claim principal, we can then have new identity user. So with new claims identity. Let me do it again with new claims identity. Yes, so when the app initializes, we're going to create a default authenticated task, and here there is no authentication against any user, so it's a anonymous. Okay, then we're going to have a private read only. This is task of authentication task. Oh, state, not task. Don't want to confuse you. We say it as authentication task, and we assign this to the default one that we just created. So before we call this method, as soon as we call this method in here, the persistent auth state provider, this method gets the state, and now it's going to be assigned to this one. Okay. And then this one we need another bracket, making 4. Alright. Now we need to create a constructor, because constructor is the first method to run when you call an instance of a class. So you want this to run first. So you must create constructor. And instead of typing everything, I can just type in CTOR. And identity constructor is going to come in with a persistent component state, which contains the state, the user info model. Okay. Whereby the user info model also contains the email, the user ID, and etc. Okay. So we're going to say that this is persistent component state, and we call this as state. Okay. So within this state, we're going to check if this state is not null. Then we're going to create a variable out of user info, and now transfer or retrieve or assign the content as a JSON to this. And now this is done automatically by using this try take from JSON. It's going to convert it from the JSON and now convert it into a model or .NET object. Okay. So we're going to say that if dash states. So this is going to return true or false. So we are saying that if the state dot try take from JSON, and now this JSON is going to convert to this user info model. Okay, and now in that we want to use the key. So here we need to provide the name of the user info. Okay. Aside from providing this, you must have this auth variable, and we are creating an instance of it, and now we assign that. And maybe we can say or if user info is null too. Okay. Oh, this must be close. This is petty mistake that we should not be doing. Okay. So if this is null, then what are we doing? We want to just return. So instead of this, we can just, so if this is false, then you want to just return peacefully. But in case it is not, then that is where we have to extract the claims. So we say claims. We're gonna get it from system.security.claims. So maybe I want to have this, so claim, and I'm going to say this is claims is equal to, we can use this to handle the list, and inside this we're going to have new claim, and now with this claim we're going to specify the claim types. Okay, so dot, the first one is name identifier, and that is the ID. Okay, now this ID we're going to get it from user info dot ID. Aside from that, what again? We have email, we have name. So comma this. Now this is email, and now we can get this from email. This is full name. Do you have full name here? Okay, so claim types dot name, and we can get this from user info dot full name. Okay, so now we have our claims ready. What are we going to do? We have to assign it to the auth task. So let's, from the down here, once to get this prepared, we're going to say authentication state task is equal to task dot from the results of what we are doing. We're going to have a new authentication state, and in that we have a new claim principal, and in that we have a new claim identity, and now within the identity we pass in the claims, and also we pass in the authentication type as name of. Then we specify persistent, where it is coming from, component state provider. Do you have that? We must add provider, control period. Do you have it from here? So this is persistent authentication state provider. This is not component. Persistent. Okay, so we made it persistent authentication state provider. And to make it short, let's go in there and grab this, and I'll paste it here. Okay, so we need to add one more. Yes. Now what is it saying? So it's talking as a null. Never mind. Okay, let's see if it is this one that is talking about. The simple one. We are done. Okay, and now with this method we can use this lambda expression, and now we use this authentication task which we have, because currently as I speak we are assigning this to the response of this, the claims. So now this has the authentication state of the user. Okay, so Control K D, save everything. Now once you are done here, we go in there to register this. So let's go to the program.cs file, and before this service we're going to have builder.services.add. Let's also add a cascading authentication state in here, so we do not add the markup of the components. Okay, now aside from this, let's have our builder.services.add scope, and now we need to provide this authentication state provider, authentication state provider, and now we need to add a persistent authentication state provider. Yes, this is done beautifully. All right, now that this is done, what can we do? Let's try to get the user context. Okay, so we go to maybe the home page. From here, from the chat page, we can have the user name on top here. Okay, so maybe you can include it here, something like this. And within this, we only want to display this. That is when you're authorized. So you can use an attribute on top. Okay, or we can even use this to get a context. So authorized view, and we say this is authorized. We can have this, and now let's see at context dot, then identity, or dot user dot where, or we can have dot user dot identity dot claims. Do you have claims in here? If not, then user dot, do you have claims? Okay, dot where, then we can extract. We want to display full name, so f dot type is equal to claims type let's use claim types dot name, and now with this name we have username and we have the full name. So dot last dot value. So you want to grab the user name, and we need this to get the username. Okay, if you're authorized. Okay, so that's what we are doing in here. Now let's run this and check it out. Okay, so we are in here. Now let's go to login. Now let's provide this admin, and the password is admin at 123. Let's click on login, and now let's wait and see if we are actually going to sign in. Yes. So we have in here, click on OK. We are signing in. Go to inspect. Now go to this application, go to cookie, and I can see we're going to have the cookie being in here. Let me open this widely for you. You see this? So this is identity application app ASP.NET Code identity dot application user. Okay. In case I click on logout, it happens. So if I click on logout, this is still there. You see? This must get cleared off. And now it is navigating to account/logout, but it is not finding it. Why? Let's find out. So we go to this nav menu. That's where we had our form, which navigates to account. And now we have everything set in here. Let's check this, the route of this. So let's check our identity component extension. Oh, see, so account. I know you did the right thing, right? That's fine. That's why I like you so much. Yeah, so you did the right thing. You did not follow what I did. Yes. Okay, so let's review this again, and let's see if we are going to be signing out successfully, and I redirect you the home page. Okay, now let's log in. So let's first check if we have the token. So you can see there's no more there. So we're going to log in here, log in, and now check it out. Yes, we have it. Click on logout. It is off. Yes. So when you log out, you don't want to come to the home page. Okay. You want to go to login. So here we're going to say account/login. Let's refresh this and check it out. So we are in here. Let's log in. Let's log out. Yes, and now we are in. You see that? Now, when the page loads, we want to go to login straight. We want to go to home page. You log in before you go to the home page. So we can access this from that end. Now we set the login as a home page, right? So instead of this account/login, we now set this as a home page. You see this? And now from the home page, we go to, from the home page, we set this as home. So when you go to login page, when you're successfully logged in, you go to the home. Okay. And now from the endpoint, when you sign out, you go back home, and that's the login. I hope this is clear. So we have login. So let's see if I run this again. Let's see what we're going to have. And also, before we do that, when you check the nav menu, we have to do it. So from the login, this is a login, so we have it, and it is straight away from the home. It is register. That's why we have this. And from this side, we have the chat. It is to the chat, and now we have to provide a login page. Not a login. Let's provide a home page. So on top here, and you must be authorized to see the home page. Yes, of course. If you're not authorized, you're not going to see the home page. So we say this is home, and now it navigates you to the home. Okay. All right. So within the home, we can just use an authorize, and I'll say something. So let's say we use this authorize, and now in here we're gonna say authorize, or we can have this the context straight dot. Maybe we can just go to the where we have the chat, and now all that you need to do is to just grab this. Now paste it in here. And here I can say this is welcome. Okay, so I have this welcome, and you can now join the chat. So add your own. Add what you want to add. Okay, so now let's run this and check it out. Yeah, so as soon as the page loads, you can see that you are in the home page, as you can see. Now let's log in. So when we log in, let's see what we're going to have. Yeah, so you can see that you have here welcome, you have your email, you can now join the chat, but you want to display the actual name, not the email. So maybe we can just edit our service, and in here we can just grab in for, we have the name in here, and this name is going for the username. As you can see from here, identity.claim.name, we can grab the username, because if I use dot, we don't have username here, we have user data, so it means we can use a name. And now in order to get a name, it means when setting up the claims, we have to set the username as a full name, isn't it? So have a look. Now where we go for the registration username, we don't want to set it to email, we rather want to set this to the person's name. So that's the username, because this is what you're going to be using in the service. Okay. All right, so now let's see, we're going to clear the settings off, and I'll try it again and see if this will work for us. So right changes, refresh it, and I reload this. Let's log in, so it's ready. Okay, so this is not, you're going to have anything because database or the data is being deleted. So yeah, sorry that it's not registered. Yeah, we know that. Thank you so much for letting us. Admin, then password, we have admin at 123, admin at 123. Click on register. Whoa, so we know after registration we have to go to login, and that is a home page. So now let's log in. Yes, and you can see we have welcome Netcode-Hub. You can now join the chat. Wow. Let's click on chat, and now if I click on this chat, let's see. Yeah, so Netcode-Hub. So Netcode-Hub chat, Netcode-Hub, that is your name. And what of this? You have to remove this one. We have an error here. Right click on this. Let's go to inspect this. Now let's figure it out and see the kind of error that we are having. There's no registered service for the type. Authorization policy provider. So okay, so let's see how to work on this. So we go to the service from the client section, and then in here we're going to add authorization core. So let's see, builder.services, services.add authorization core. This solves the problem, I guess. Okay, so let's run this and check it out. Now let's log in, and now this problem has been solved, I guess. Let's see. So click on this chat. We want to navigate to the chat. Yes, so I think, let's see. Will it pop up again? No, it hasn't. Yes. So you can see we are connected and now everything is intact. So we have a Netcode-Hub and we can edit this from this netcode. We can remove this from that end. And then we have this. So nobody can just stand up and just bomb into our app. You must have yourself authenticated. So you must first register an account. Then you must secondly log in. Okay. So after registering an account, you have to log in. You can just log out and now you are in here. So log in to access an account or to chat. Then you log in or create an account. Then you can now log in. Well, part of in case I click on this. Let's see. Home. Oh, I'm in. Let's see if I'm logged out. But if I click on the home, I'm in. You see? If I click on chat page or chat, I'm in. Whoa. This is bad. Do you have an idea to solve this? Let's see. You go to the page. Now from the home page in here, let's see if we can add attribute on top. So add attribute. And now this attribute, we are saying that you must be authorized. And this is coming from Microsoft.namespace, Microsoft. Oh, it's not coming. We have to add it ourselves. Okay, so never mind. Let's see, using. And we need to have this Microsoft dot ASP.NET dot authorization. Do you have it? Yes, and that is fine. Let's copy the same onto the chat page. And now here, let's put it here. Let's save this. Let's rerun this app. Check it out. So let's check it out. If I click on, I'm logged out and I want to go to chat page. So let's clear all this. So here, if we try to navigate to chat page, we are back to login. And if I try to go to home page, we're also back to login. So if we take a close look, you see that we have account/login. Initially, we made it as the home page for the login. I changed it. So when you go to the code, you can see here, we have account/login. The reason why I did that is, when you check the code, you can see it has a return URL automatically from this cookie. So with this URL, it is navigating to account/login. So I don't know whether this is encoded. This is saved in somewhere. I'm yet to find out. So we have to set the route of the login page the same as this, so we can have the return URL. Okay, if not, we're gonna have an error here. It's gonna be we're gonna have a return URL of what? Account/login. But when you log on to that page, no component has that route. Okay, so we have to actually set in that way. We are going to look at how to retrieve and display all available users in our SignalR chat in .NET 8 Blazor web app with interactive WebAssembly render mode. Okay, as soon as someone gets connected to the hub, a connection ID gets created and assigned to that entity or that user. When a page refreshes, the ID or the connection ID changes. So we do not have any one static ID. It is dynamic, so it keeps changing when a page is reloaded or when the user navigates to another page and returns. So we are going to retrieve this ID. And now, since we have authentication against this app, we're going to also retrieve the user ID which was used in the authentication or the claims. We store these two IDs in there as an entity. Now we need to create a DTO. What are the DTO going to be used for? The DTO is going to handle the user info, that's the user name, the user email, the connection ID, and now the user ID. So we can get the name, the full name as a claim from this DTO and on display. We also have to create a service in the hub. That is to notify users when a new user gets connected. That is all that we need to do to make this work. So we're going to notify users who are connected already when a new user gets connected, and now display or add a name to the available names or available users list. Let's get going. But before we dive right into this, make sure you have subscribed to this channel, and also there's a bell beneath this video. Click on that bell to receive updates as soon as I do upload new content. Like this video to support this channel as well. The source code of this project, the whole project, will be available, so check the video description and you can also have access to it. I do offer a coaching session to people who are interested in .NET technologies, talking about Blazor, which is a server, WebAssembly, .NET 8, Web API, Mari, Blazor Hybrid. So if you're interested, I have an email in the video description. You can write to me through it. Okay, so that is it. Let's get going. Now in our project, as you can see from here, we have the client and then we have the server. Okay, so we're going to create two models. The first model is going to be an entity and the second one is going to be a DTO. So entity is what we're going to use to create a database table, and I'll save the connection ID and now the user ID to it, to the table. Okay, so let's get this created. We can create a model in here from the server. We can just add a model folder to the server, and then we can add DTO to the client. Okay, so in here, let's right click on the server, let's add a folder to this, and I'm going to name this as models. So take note, when adding models to the server, it won't be available in the client, but when you add it to the client, it will be available in the server. So know what you're doing before you add a model. Do not add a model to any project you like. Okay, make sure you know what you're doing. Now within the models, we're going to add a class to this, and on this class we can name it as available user. Okay, so available user. Now with this available user, we're going to need two properties here. So we need the string. Okay, first we need an integer, since we're going to have database in the primary key, and this is going to be the ID. So from this, we need a string of user ID. So string of user ID, and now here there's going to be string.empty. Then the last one here, we need a connection ID. So connection ID is coming from the hub. We are not going to create a connection ID. It's going to be created automatically by the hub as soon as the user gets connected to the hub. Okay, so in here we have this. We go to our app database, and there's an appdb context class. Then we're going to add in here, so there's an available user, and now we can say the table name should be available users. Okay, so now that we are done in here, what are we going to do? Let's come to the server. No, that is the client, and now within the client we need to create DTO. So we have a models in here, that's the user info. Let's add a DTO to this. So DTOs, and now with this DTO we're going to create a class which is available user DTO. So within this we have to go in here, we need to grab this. Okay, then in here we can make this as a record. Then let's specify string. We need user ID, string we need connection ID. Then string, we need full name. And string, we need email. So these are the properties that we need as a DTO to return it to the view. So we can extract only the user full name. If you want to also display the email address, you can also do that. User full name and our email address are found in the authentication, so we can retrieve this. And now from the user ID too, we can get from the authentication. Now the connection ID we can get from the hub. So we're going to retrieve this from the client, and I retrieve the connection ID from the hub, which is the server. Okay, so we're going to create and we're going to provide values for this. And now when it gets to the hub, we also we add this as an attach, or we supply the rest, which is the connection ID value, to make it a complete. Then we push or we void it out. Okay, so now that we have this, what are we to do again? We have to create a repo to display, or to display the list, add the connection ID and now the user ID to the table, and also create a method to get it out. Okay, so we can display. We go to the chats repo, and this from the server repo. Now you can see from here, we hit this add the chat, this get the chat, and what we need to do here is let's add available user. So this is going to be public, and it's a task. Add available user async, and now this is going to come in with available user. So you create an instance here, and now we're going to say that first of all, since we're going to have a multiple connection ID, we cannot just add a straight to database. Else, if we do that, when the user navigates to the page and returns, it's going to have two connection IDs. So in such case, this method is going to be called by the hub, and if it is called, it's going to add it. So we're going to have multiple instances or multiple records for one user. We don't do that. So you first want to check if the ID or if the username is already in the database table. Then we want to update the connection ID to get us the current connection ID. Okay, so let's say this get user. Then let's find appdb contest dot available users, so we can have dot first or default. And now in here we can say that dot user ID, since this is a string, you can just use equal to available user dot user ID. Okay, so this is what we want to find it here. Now we're going to check if get user is not equal to null, meaning if it is found already. What are you going to do? We want to just update it. So how can we update it? Get user ID dot, here you have to update the connection ID is equal to available ID dot connection ID. So this is what we need to do. We need to update this one, because for the user ID, it is set statically from the claims. Okay, so one ID, that is what the user going to have for the whole application. So after that one, you need to update it, but you need to update the connection ID sequentially. Okay, what of in case it is new one? Then we want to update it. So appdb contest dot available users dot add. So the first time is going to add available user. The second time is going to update it. So await appdb contest dot save changes async. Okay, so here we're going to save it. We update or we add, then we save. Aside from doing this, let's get available list, user list. So this is going to be also public. It's a task. And now this, you must have an async first, since you're going to work with database. Async. Then here, let's provide a list of available user DTO. So here we need a DTO, and we say get available user async. Okay, now with this, what are we going to do, or what can we do in here? You know, the database has available user, and here we want to return the DTO. Now when you compare the models within the DTO and the properties within the DTO and the available, the model itself, the entity, you can see that the DTO has more properties than the entities, right? So we need to extract it and now assign values to the extra properties that we have in the DTO, which are not found in the available user, the entity model. I hope you've gotten the idea. So first of all, this is what you're going to do. You want to create a list. So let's say this is list. So list is equal to new available DTO, and this must be a list. You see? So we now have this. We create a list of this, and after creating this list, we want to get all users is equal to await appdb context dot available users dot to list. You see? So to list, you must have this async as well. So now that we have this, what I'm going to do, we're going to loop through this list. So for each, we have var u in users. Then, whilst looping through, we want to add this. So list.add. Okay, now with this add, we want to specify new available user DTO. Now this DTO, we need to provide user ID, right? So let's provide user ID. So now with this user ID, what do we need to? What's the user ID here? It is u.user ID. Okay, this must be users. Then the next one, let me close this one. So the next one, we have which one? Connection ID, isn't it? So for connection ID, we have it as u.connection ID. So we have this in here. Then the next one, we have what? Full name. So with full name, what do we need to do? We come back to this, and now let's inject this user manager. So that is where we can have access to this. So there's an app user, and we're going to say user manager. So now with this user manager, we're going back in here, and we can say that from the full name, we're going to say await user manager dot find. Here we have the user ID. Okay, so find by ID, and now let's provide in u dot user ID. Then at the end, we can now get dot full name. Let's make a duplicate of this. Let's check for now, and let's see. So this is not going. Okay, we want to check if this is null. So we see the user ID. Okay, so it must be here. It must be outside. Okay, then we're going to find the email. Okay, so for email, it's not find by ID. After find by ID, we can get the email from this. So we have all the properties assigned, isn't it? Okay, this thing is now. Okay, so now that we are done with this, what can we do? All that you need to do here is return the list, and that is it. Very simple one. So the next thing is we want to save this available user. You want to add any user which gets connected to the hub automatically. So we want this to be done as soon as the user gets connected to the hub. So the best place to handle this is within the hub. So let's go to the hub and chat hub folder, chat hub class. And in here, that is where you want to perform this operation. Okay, so this what we need to do. Let's have a method known as public async task, and I will say this is add available user. We can add async as well, and now in here we need to provide available user or the available transport. Available user, which is coming from the namespace of this. Then we create an instance. So in here we're going to say that available user the connection ID. So with this we're going to assign the ID, that connection ID here, okay, is equal to this, provide a context dot, now we can get connection ID from the hub. So as soon as the user gets connected, we have connection ID, and now we're going to assign it to this connection ID. Aside from that, we can just save it. So await chat repo dot save available or add available user, passing this available user. Okay, so this one we are done. Now once you are done, let's get all users so we can send it as a notification. So users is equal to, then we say chat repo dot get available users async. So whilst we have these users in here, we're going to say await, then client dot or we want to notify all, so dot send async. Then what is the method that you want to? So that is notify all client. Okay, notify all clients. This is a method that we're going to call, and now in that we're going to pass in this list of users. So if I get added, if data is get added or a user is get added, this method will be called automatically, and now all is going to broadcast it to all clients who have what connected to the hub. This must be task. I know you've done the right thing. Okay, you did not follow what I did. Alright, so now we have this. The next thing we're going to do here is, after creating this, Ctrl K, we can remove unnecessary ones to make this simple. Let's close everything from here. So let's go to the hub. That is our chat page. Now in our chat page, we first want to create a list. So let's say this is public list of, we have this available users. And we need to include a namespace for this. And aside from that, I'll give you the name as available users. And now in C# version 12, we can now have access to this. Instead of creating a new instance of having new keyword, we can use this one. Okay, so now we have the list. We need to create an endpoint so we can subscribe to this when the page loads. So let's have one instance in here. When the page loads, initially we want to get all connected clients, and now when the page loads, we want to get our connected client from the available user table. So if when you connect to this app and now there's already users, these users info are kept or are saved in the table. So when you add, we should get the table when the page initializes, get the data from the table or the record, and display it on the screen for you to know or see the available users existing already. You see? So let's have, and with this we're going to say available users, this equal to, so get from JSON async, and now this coming in from, we need available user DTO, And the route that we need to specify here, it is localhost API. So I'm going to say this is users. Okay, so we have API, okay, chat / users. Chat is a controller, and now users, it is a route. Okay, let's grab this one. All right, so once you have this, we need to now loop through this and now display. So we have column LG7, and we can have our div class on top here, and I will say this is column LG2, just okay. Then in here, let's close this. Let's have our an added list, and in this you're going to have a class of list group. Then in here we're going to say at, so maybe if available list is not equal to null, that is where we want to do this. What are we doing? We want to loop through this. So for each var user in available users, we want to just list them. So here we have class as list group item. Then we provide u dot, let's display the full name. That's what we want. So u dot full name. Okay, so this is what you want to display. Now we have to loop through this and now display it on the screen. Now from the hub, we are calling this in here. We are calling this to get a list when the page initializes. Aside from that, we need to subscribe to this notification so we can receive, or we can see the current user who just connected. So in order to do that, we can just copy this hub and now with this hub, let's go to the hub. The method is for notify all clients. Let's grab this. Let's go to the page, and now let's change the page here. Now this page or this hub, when you check it well, it's coming in with a list of what? Users. So we must do the same thing from this, and instead of this one, it must be list of available user DTO, and that will be users. Okay, now we are not going to add this, so we're going to say available users is equal to user. Since a list to list, we then assign, we invoke status change. So we can create this status change as one method, so we can be calling it here and call it here. But don't worry, just a one line of code, so we can repeat it in here. That's fine. Now we need to do here is to create our hub. You know that hub, our endpoint. Now let's go to the controller from the server, and now from the controller we need another one in here so we can get the data or the list. And I remember the route. The route here is users. I don't know whether it's the same. When you check the hub, is it user or users? Check the page, users. Okay. And so get available users async. And now in here, we're gonna say that dot get available users async. Okay, so there's a method that we need. We save this one. So the next thing is, how do we retrieve the user info? Now you know that we provided, when you check the hub, we are only assigning the value of connection ID. But what of the user ID? We can retrieve it from this page. you know, before you can have access to this, you must be authorized. So we have an authorized attribute on top here. And now down here, when you come here, we need to inject this. So let's inject cascading parameter. And here we need to provide authentication state, which contains the state of the user. So authentication state. Now this we need to include dot authorization. And now here we are saying that this is authentication state. So with this, we can specify the user in here. So in order to retrieve the user info, maybe we can just create one class to handle this. Okay, so down here we can have private async task, and now here we can say get authentication. So get user authentication. And now within this method, what we want to do here is we can have user is equal to dot user, and in that we're going to have await, then authentication state. Okay, so we can retrieve the user, and after retrieving the user, we're going to check if user dot identity dot is authenticated. So you can have identity dot, we're going to have this is authenticated is equal to true. That is only when we want to perform this. So if it is true, then we want to say hub connection dot send async, and now the method name here is add available user. And within that, we need to specify new available user. Okay, so new available user, and that's where the problem comes in here. So this tells us that we cannot, or we should move this available user to this model. Now let's change the namespace. Then we can delete this model. Okay, so that means after changing this, we have to include it here and remove this one. The same thing has to be done in the repo. So remove this. Okay, so this is set and done. Now let's see. Yes. So now this is what we're going to do from here. In our chat page, we're going to call this now available user. And now this available user, we need to provide the connection ID and the user ID. Okay, so now with this, the first thing that we can do here is we need a connection ID. Let's say available user, and this is coming from the models. Okay, so we need user ID. Now this user ID is equal to, we can have access to this user. So let's grab this user dot, then you can have access to user dot claims. So dot first, I'm not getting the first, so dot first or default. So dot type dot type is equal to claims type dot name identifier. So now we are retrieving it, and now with this we want the value. Okay, so that's what we need. Now let's make this as nullable. Okay, so we need the user ID from here. Now after creating this, let's make this as nullable as well. We are providing user ID, but you know this model contains two properties: user ID and connection ID, and we are going to provide a connection ID when it gets to the hub. Okay, so that's what we are doing. So with this we can make it in this form. Yes. Okay, now with this get user authentication, where are you going to call this? We call this as soon as the hub gets connected. Okay, so here we can say that await. So when the user the user joins the chat, this page is going to initialize, and now when the page is starting, this method is going to get called. When this method gets called, we also call this method at the end, and now this method we're going to retrieve the current user ID, and now we pass on to this, and we call this method add available user. Let's go to the hub. The hub, chats hub, that is this one. Now let's make sure. So here we having need to include this again. We have this notify our client, and we see that from here we are adding available user, right? So we need to grab this one. Let's go to the chat page, and now here we need to call this. So we call this method. After calling this method needs this payload, so we have to provide this. We provide one, and now when it gets to the hub, it also adds the other one, and I get to the database. We call this method and also call notify all the client. Now this method too, we go to the page, chat page, and now from here we subscribe to this event. Then we assign the list coming in here to this list. We are looping through this list on top here, and now we call state has changed to update the UI. So this is what we are doing. Okay, now we are done with this. We need to update or add migration. So let's quickly do that. So add dash migration, and here we're going to add client. Or is it add client? Let's say add available users. Let's wait for this to be done. So now this is done, we can update database. Yeah, so this is also done. Now let's run this and see. But before that, let's make sure we have the app open, a database open. So you have to launch our DB browser, and I believe you know how to launch this. So launch it and open your database. I'm opening mine. Yeah, so it is opening, and that is it. So we are looking for available users. So we have this ID, user ID, and our connection ID. Okay, so let's see, let's run this and I'll check it out. As soon as we get connected to the hub, we must see our ID and our connection ID inserted automatically. Alright, so this is ready. Now we're going to log in here. Now if I log in, let's see. Yeah, so now we are in. Okay, but when we refresh this, nothing happens because you've logged into the system, but you haven't clicked on the chat page. The chat page initializes the chat hub connection, and at the connection get this hub connection start. When it starts, then it creates a connection ID for you, the user. So since that page has not been initialized, your ID is not ready, so you cannot chat. Okay, now as soon as I click on chat, see what happens. Yeah, so we have an error here. It is saying send call method called cannot be called if the connection is not active. Okay, so let's see. So I wait, send async, add available user async. Alright, so let's check this out. So let's go to the page, chat page, and now let's check it out. Yeah, so there's an issue. The hub must get started before you can call a method within the hub. Yes. So how is this possible? How can we call a method while the hub is not started? Whoa. I believe it did not follow this, isn't it? Or it did the same. Okay. Now let's rebuild this again and now let's check it out. So let's see. The hub did not start, so we're not going to have any record in the database. Let's wait and see this app get built and displayed, run, and we can now log in again and start the chat and see that you're going to have the user ID and the connection ID inserted. That's right. So let's click on login. Now we are in. So if I refresh this, still nothing happens. Click on this chat, and now this is going to open to the chat that we have. Yes, so it is opening, and now check it out. If I refresh this, you can see that we have the user ID. This is your user ID. And now if I check this, you see we have your connection ID. So this is a connection ID. It ends with SA, right? If I go to, let's see, if I go to this home and I'll come back, there's a new connection ID which has been created and assigned. Have a look. This ends with SA. If I refresh this, MQ. Okay. Go back. Again. Refresh this. OQ. You can see that. So at any instance it gets created, the ID gets changed. And if the ID changes, we update it. If the new one, we add it. Okay. So this is a Netcode-Hub. Have you seen the name? Let's actually give it a title here well, so you can see. Now on the hub here, we're going to have this is a class of list UL, and let's provide card. So div class. So this is card, and in that we can have this class of card header. And now here we're saying that available users or online users. So online users, well, give it any name you want. Okay. Inside here, we're going to have a div class of card body. Oh, see what I've done. So this is card body. And inside this, that is where we are performing this magic. Okay. Now, if I save this and wait for this page to get reload, we shouldn't see this. We must have, yes, online users. And maybe you can make this as green. Okay. So online users. And here this is test. Success. And I'm going to make the same thing in here. Text success. To change it to green color. Yes. Because if you are online, the test must be green. What do you think? Okay, now this is not taking effect. So if I add it here, will this work? Yes. So online users. So we have one Netcode-Hub. I'm going to open the next one. I have this Edge. I have Chrome here. And now have a look here. So you can see here we are also logging in. So let me just, okay. So this is Fred at Gmail and this Netcode-Hub. And let's log into this and check it out. Sorry, user not found. Do you have to create an account? I think we created one yesterday, isn't it? That's Fred at Gmail and it's Fred at 123. Is that so? Well, still. Let's create an account. So this is gonna be Frederick. And I have Fred at gmail.com. So Fred at 123. Fred at 123. Click on register. This did not match. Fred at 123. 123. They should match now. Yes, so let's log in. Click on chat and now watch here. So here I have Frederick joined. Now with this, I don't have Fred. You see this? Here I have Frederick joined. I have Netcode-Hub. But with this, I don't have Fred. Click on chat. Now I have Fred in here. But this is not what we want. We want, as soon as I add this, you want to get notified in here. You don't need to refresh it. Okay, I'm going to add one more. So this is a Chrome. It's not Chrome, this is Opera. So we're going to add a new one. Maybe Simon will be okay for this. I have a Gmail. Then Simon at 123. Simon at 123. Click on register. And now let's log in. Okay, so I'm going to click on this chat. Let's see what's going to happen. Okay, so you see that here we have Simon added. Simon can see the other online users, but online users here cannot see unless they refresh. This is an issue, so let's solve this out quickly. Let's go to the app. Oh, okay, so I went offline and I tried to go through the whole system and check it again, and I believe you did not do what I did. You can see from the add available user, you're supposed to, this must be an await so we can return the result. I believe you did that, isn't it? Well done. Okay, so that's all we need to do, and that is the reason why our system gets delayed and the old users do not see the new user who has joined unless they refresh their app. Okay, so I think with this, let's start this again, and now everything must work as expected. Let's check it out. Okay, so let's see. Now we're going to start first. Fred is going to log in. So let's log in. Yeah, so we are in. Now, after logging in, let's go to the database. Let's refresh this and see the available user. No one is there. So let's initialize the chat. So we want to go in there and see if someone is there. We went there and we saw that, okay, we have only ourselves. So only Fred, that's myself. I'm here. I'm waiting. When you check in here, refresh this, and we see we have the ID and the connection ID. Now this guy, admin, wants to log in as Netcode-Hub. He wants to log in, so he logs in. And now if admin clicks on this chat, let's see, you can see Netcode-Hub, it gets added. And I can see this also gets added. Now see this, so Simon decided to pop in and now check something. Now he logged in and now he clicked on the chat. Now take note, let's see, automatically you're going to have Simon, Simon. And as Simon, you're going to see the two online users. Check it out. Yes. You can see we have them. So that's a way to display available users. So now let's talk about how to log a user out from the chat. If I say log user out, I'm not talking about authentication, and I believe you know that. That's fine. Now, if I want to stop the chat, if I want to quit the chat on my area, definitely I can close, or I can have a button that I can click to log the chat out. But as soon as I log out, I know definitely that I am going to be left out. One of the users, my name, which is appeared on their screen. How is this possible? How can I notify them to or tell them that I am out? That is why we need to also create another hub for this. So in the nav menu, you know, this nav menu here, it is found in the server section, the server project. It is not in the WebAssembly. So if you want to make that component interactive, unless we turn this project into auto, that is a interactive WebAssembly and also interactive server. So we're going to turn that page into interactive server since the component is found on the server. So from that, we're going to implement a button function. We're going to create a hub connection in there. We're going to create another hub method in the hub class that we created. Then we can just click on it, record the repo, which is going to remove the current user record from the available users table. After it gets removed, we want to notify all clients, and as soon as you notify all clients, we get a list of current online users. We pass on to the method through the hub, and now we notify all clients and also tell them or give it to them the number of current online users that we have, so we can get rid of the old one since the one user is out. So this is what we're going to do. All right, so let's start doing this. So first of all, let's go to the program from the server, and now in here we're going to add interactive WebAssembly. So we have WebAssembly already, so we're going to add server component. Then from the endpoint, let's also map this. So dot map. Okay, so dot add interactive server render mode. We are done. Very simple one. So we are done with this. Let's save this. Let's go to the nav page, and that is this nav page. So we can get that from the component folder, and now from this component folder we can get this nav menu. Okay, so in here we're going to specify this here as render mode interactive server. So at render mode, then this is interactive server, so let's choose this. Okay, let's go in there and work on the repo. So we go to the repo, chat repo, and in here we're going to create another one, another endpoint or another method which is going to remove the user. So let's have this public async task. And now let's pass in, so we have public async task, and now with this we are going to specify remove user async. Now here what we need here, it is the user ID. Okay, that is what we need. Now let's say user is equal to appdb context dot available users. So we can now use dot first or default async, then where user So user maps to this dot user ID is equal to this user ID. So if user is not equal to null, then you want to say appdb contest dot available users dot remove. Then we pass in this user. You see? Then after doing this, what you need to do here, let's see, what is it saying? So it's saying that here cannot convert from this model. We must have an await. Very simple. Then let's await appdb contest dot save changes async. We save changes. Let's save this. So this is all we need to do. We just have to remove the user straight away, and we are done with that. Okay. Now we need to create a method in the hub so we can call this method. So in here we can just have public async task, and this is remove user. And now with this, let me add async to this. And now with this remove user, we must pass in string of user ID. Okay, so once you have this, we're gonna say await chat repo dot remove user async. We pass in the user ID. So after passing the user ID, we must get the list of users, and I'll pass on to a method that's a notify all clients method, so we can broadcast this to all clients who have connected. So we're going to say var users is equal to await appdb contest, not appdb contest. Okay, we have chat repo dot get available users. So you know, with this method we can just skip this. No, we can use dry, don't repeat yourself. So that's what you're gonna do. Down here you're gonna have private async task, and now this task, it returns list of, let's see, this is, when you check this one, this returns a list of available DTOs. So available DTOs. Okay, and now we say get users. This maps to await chat repo dot get available async. So let's see, private async tags, we need to have another one. Okay, so we call this method, and in here we can use this method straight ahead, and this must be an await. Aside from that, when we come here, we don't need this anymore. So what we can do here is we're going to say await client dot send, I must have the auth first, dot send async. Then we want to call the same method, send this a notification hub, and we can call this method here, and I'll pass in the list of get users. Yes, very simple one. So we are done. That is this one. Now we can close this. Let's save everything. Let's go back to the nav menu, and now from this nav menu we have interactive render mode specified already. Now let me close this gap because I don't think we need these gaps. Yeah, so close this as well. Yes, that's fine. Now we come to the code section, and I believe you know what to do already in here, isn't it? We're gonna have our async task, and let's say login and log out. Log out clicked. We're gonna wire this method up to log out this button. So let's see. This is a form. I'm not talking about this form. I'm talking about this. So at click equal to, you want to wire this method up. Okay. So now we are in here. What can we do? Here we need to pass in the user ID, and we can get the user ID from the authentication state, right? So let's use cascading. So cascading parameter. Then we have our property, and this is going to be authentication state. That is this guy. Okay. And in here you must have the same. Okay. So once you have this authentication state, and down here you're going to have our string. Let's have the ID in here, and now we're going to use await authentication state dot user. Then let's have something like this. You want to retrieve dot claims. This must be a task. Okay, so now you can have dot claims dot first or default, and you want to have claims mapped to where claims dot type is equal to claims. This one is claim types. Okay, so claim types which you need from security dot claims dot name identifier. Okay, now aside from having this dot value, so this is what we need. Let's make this as null. Yes, so we are retrieving the name, that's an ID. Okay, now we get the ID from here, and now the next thing that we're going to do here is, maybe I can bring this here, dot claims. Okay, now once you have this, the next thing that you're going to do is to have this and await. We need to inject. Let's inject chat repo, and so this is chat repo. Control period. Then we say chat repo dot remove user async. We pass in the ID. Aside from that, so this is going to remove the user. You see? Now, when this remove the user, we can see this, but it won't notify our client. Do you understand what I'm trying to mean here? Don't worry, let's run this and I'll check it out. So I'm going to run this. Now this is ready, so I have this one open, and I also have this also open. Yes, so you're going to log in. Now log this in, log this in. Okay, now Netcode and Fred, so click on the chat, and now we have Fred, we have Netcode-Hub, we have Simon. Now click on this. We have the same thing, you see? Now if I log out, see what happens. When we check the database, available users, refresh this. Do we have it? You will see that here we have all the 3 users in here, right? Now with this, I'm going to log this out. So see what happens. This person is out. Now if I refresh this, you can see one it's off, right? But let's refresh this and see. Unless we refresh before we get a one off. So how do you notify this? We need to use the same hub to do it. Okay, so that's all. When you go to the hub, we've done it in there. So we notify the parent, or we notify all clients that, hey, something has happened and one is gone. So please do render. And now it gets a list and I'll pass it on to this method. But the issue is, how do you subscribe to this? This notify client method. That's the reason why we need to create a hub connection in the nav menu and also subscribe to this. So let's quickly go to the nav, and we need to state our hub connection. So we're gonna say private hub connection, and now we have this hub connection. Now this must come from SignalR, so let's include it. When the page initializes, that is where we want to perform all this. So page initialize async. Let's start the connection. So before we start, hub connection must be built first. So it's equal to new hub connection builder. We build this. After building, we need to map it with the URL that we specify in the client server. You know this already. And now with this, we need navigation manager. So let's inject nav manager here. And that is nav manager. Oh, we even have nav manager in there already. So we need not to. So let me remove this. When we check our import.razor, do we have it? Okay, we have it in here already. So we can just grab this. We go to the nav menu. And now here we're going to say that with URL navmanager.to absolute URI. And what is URL? /chat hub. This must be in quotes. Okay. Then dot, we need to build this. Very simple. We're done. Okay. This must be an async in here. So once you are done, we build a connection. So we must start this connection. So let's start this. Await. So hub connection dot start async. We start this, and we have to, when we log out here, we need to notify the chat hub method. Okay, so we can broadcast to your client. So we're going to do that in here. So last I'm going to say await hub connection dot, and this send async remove user async. Then let's specify the ID. That's all that we need to do. Are you done with yours? Okay. Now let's save this. Let's run this application and check it out. So we have the same two clients, and you know what? I'm going to clear this. Refresh this. Let's clear this table. Empty one. I hope you've seen this. Okay. Now let's log in. So Fred is going to log in. Netcode-Hub is also going to log in. So we're going to have two clients or two users available now online. Okay. So I click on chat. Frederick is available. It's online now. Now let's wait while Netcode-Hub also gets connected. So online users, we check it up. Yeah, Frederick is online. So who's going to join? Netcode-Hub said, okay, fine, I want to join it. Now we see we have Netcode-Hub also joined. We have these two guys in here. Okay. Now, when you check the table, we have two IDs, two connection IDs. Yes, two connection IDs and now two IDs. That's user IDs. That's what we have in here. Okay, different ones. Now, if this guy wants to go out, want to log out, okay, he wants to go and eat. Okay, so let's see. Now, if I click on this, Netcode-Hub should be removed, should be closed to the login. And now watch here. If I click this, we shouldn't touch this one, but it must get re-rendered and now display the list out of or without this, the Netcode-Hub who just logged out. Check it out. Did you see it? Yeah, so we've done. So that's a way to notify a client when the user joins or log out. So I forgot that when you check our solution in here, we added a class library here as chat models. I forgot this. That's the reason why I've been adding all our DTOs and our models in here. And I believe you did not do this, right? So let's actually move them to that class library. You want to arrange our things well. Okay, we don't want to be scattering around your models and DTOs. So this I'm going to do. We're going to leave for the repo is going to be here in the server, and now for service it's still going to be in the client because the client will need a service. Okay, this service we're going to modify this a little bit as we move on, so we can have a hub connection in there externally for all the other pages. Now let's move these DTOs to that end. So I'm going to drag this and move it to the chat model class. We also have to move these models. So we have our DTOs, we have our models, and we have to delete them from here. So now that they are no more, it means definitely when we run this, we're going to have an issue, isn't it? If I click on chat, the namespace here is what? Chat model. So you can just grab this. Then from models, it's going to be chat models dot model. That is the namespace. When you check the user info, we do same. Then let's go to the DTOs. So available user DTO, and it must be same. So we have to edit that. Yes, that's fine. So we have our models, so our entities, and we have our data transfer objects. Okay, now I think this is clear, but when you still run this, you're going to have an error in it. So we have to include a namespace in here. You can see that we have an error here. So control period, and now we're going to use the library models that we created. We can remove this. And I think let's also add this. Yes. But we have an issue here. What is it? Cannot convert from available user to available user. Why? Why can I do that? So available user, let's check the model. From this side, you have models, you have available user. And now this is available user DTO. So that's what we must do the conversion. We should convert from available user. Then we add available user async from the chat repo. So it tells us that we have to go through the chat repo and now check. So add available user. Okay, so we need to include this, and we have to remove these namespaces. Okay. Alright. And with this too, you have an issue. Cannot do the same. When we check the hub, this is solved. So this one to AppDB contest, it tells you that when you go to the AppDB contest, we need to also make this change. So let's include this, the namespace, and now they are solved. maybe you can run this and test it out. Okay. For the service, we're going to do it again, so we are not opening the service now. You can just close that. Okay, so when you go to our chat page, let's see what we have. Do you need to correct any? You go to, so from this available user, we have to then include a namespace of available user DTO, which is coming from the model class that we added, .dtos. So we have to include this namespace. Alright, and now we can remove this too. Okay, available user. Now what is it saying? Could not, are you missing? Available user is not found. So do you have available user, and the namespace, it is .modus. Okay, that's fine. Now we're going to build this again, and I'll see if we're going to have any error here. So build solution. So we have an error, and this namespace does not exist. So which one? User info is coming from modus, and yes, when you go back to the error, I think that is all. So when we build this is going to work. Okay, so try rebuilding yours, and I'll make sure you change all the namespaces, and I'll put in the correct ones, build it, and it's going to be fine. Well, we still have a last one to do. So what's the last one? And say the namespace does not exist. Persistent server or state. Yes. So we need to include this. And now let's remove this. Save this. And now again, once again, and we do it again. Yes, once I see that, to up to date. That's fine. So we can close all this. Henceforth, from this time round, anytime that I'm adding model, remind me that I should put it in the chat model class. Okay, so that's where we're going to put our models and our DTOs. Okay, we want to consume the service in our client, and our repo is going to be in the server. Okay, so now that we have this, what's the next thing to do? We can go in there. When you check the UI, you can see that the UI isn't nice at all, because this is a chat, and at least you must have some style in here to make it nice, isn't it? Actually, I'm not into design and styling, but we can have something small to actually do this. Alright, so let's check if when the page loads up and the user is getting checked, okay, getting the list of users and now display it on the screen, we want to at least display something like loading here. We want to display loading indicator. So let's actually add that. We go to the solution, and from the chat page, we can add this from here. So if available users .count is equal to 0, you want to actually display this. Okay, so it's a span that we are displaying. And aside from doing this, you know, if I open the page for you to see, you can see that here I am connected, but I still have this Netcode-Hub, right? And I don't want to see this. I don't want to see my name being displayed. Okay, maybe you're not getting this. Let me open another one for you to see. So you see this browser is a new instance, and I'm going to open this in here. I have to log in as Fred. So now watch it out. I am logging in. Click on the chat, and you can see that I have Frederick, I have Netcode-Hub. When they come here, I have the same Frederick, and I have what? Netcode-Hub. Frederick is me. Netcode-Hub is me from this section, and you want to skip this. Okay, so in order to skip this, you know, UI sucks a lot, and having time to design a whole UI is going to take a whole lot of time. So I don't want to. Maybe you can decide to have your own way of designing a simple UI for yourself. But I have one simple one here that I'm going to use. What I'm going to do here is I just have to go in there, grab it, and I'll paste it. You can get it also from the source code if you actually want to have a look at this. But here, all that I'm doing here is very simple. I'm using this authorized attribute to get the context or the claims where I can grab in the name identifier, or that's the ID of the user. And in there, I can now check. So from here, I'll just grab it from this side, and in here, that's where I'm going to paste this. Okay, so I'm checking using this authorized view, and I'm checking if the claims here is equal to the name identifier, which is equal to the user ID that is coming from the context. Okay, then I can skip that. So if it is not, you can see that's the reason why I'm using this. If it is not, meaning if it is, it's going to skip it. Okay, and now in that we have this is a chat, this is the list that is coming in. We have a method. This is a button that I'm using. It's a link anchor tag, and I have a button clicked. So chat user, meaning I want to chat a specific user. But for now, we are not going to. We can just cut this. Let me just copy this, duplicate this, and comment this for now. And I'm going to remove this on click event. Okay, so you're going to have the users in this list form. Aside from doing this chat, we want to enable group chat and also personal chat. So if I want to chat personal you, I have to click on your name and I get opening in a new tab or in a new page that I can start chatting you. And if it is a group chat too, we're going to have a list of available users, and now when you type in your message, it gets added, everybody can see in the group. So that will be what we're going to do for this, the last one for this video. Okay, now we're going to, let's actually navigate to the solution, and let's go to the chat repo from the server. And now the chat hub, talking about the chat repo. So please open the chat repo, not the chat hub. That's a repo. I've seen mine. So we have this add chat async, and we're going to group this as add chat to group, and now add chat to individual, or add individual chat. Okay, that's the name that I'm giving to mine. Well, you can also rename yours any name that you think is suitable for this application. So first of all, we need to update this model. So when you go to the chat models, we have our chat. And now with this chat, you don't want to say just a simple chat like that. You want to say this is a group chat. Okay. And now in here, we want to update these models. The reason why we're doing here is we want to get a sender ID, the person who is sending the message. You want to get his or her ID, the message, and now the date. Okay. So we have to copy this. Let's save, and we go to the solution. And now from here, you know, since the class name has changed, we have to also change this as well. So let's quickly do this. Yes, I believe you're also done. That's fine. Okay, so in here, what I'm going to do, we need to also create our DTO, because you know there's an entity and our DTOs. The reason why we need to create our DTO here is we're going to specify some properties in the DTO which is not found in the entity. Okay, so, and we need that entity too. No, we need that entity. We need that property too in the UI. So that's the reason why I need to create our DTOs. That is data transfer object. I've made a video covering how to use DTOs and automapper, but here we're not using automapper. It is only the DTO. If you have an issue with it, maybe check the video description or the playlist in the description. You're going to have it in there. You can just watch that to get better understanding. Okay, so from here, you know our chat. And I think this chat should be inside the model. Are you going to also have problem here? Group chat and chat models dot models. Okay, that's the name change already. That's fine. Now let's see from the chat page. Maybe you're gonna have an issue. So this must be a group chat, isn't it? Never mind. We solved it out. Okay, let's go to our repo. Now from this chat repo, we need to create our chat group DTO. So let's put that in the DTO. And it's going to be a class. The name here is group chat DTO. So with this class, what do we need? We actually need the same thing, but this time around we need a sender name. Maybe you can decide to make this as a record, but well, I will not. Okay, so you can decide to change this as a record, and with this I like the normal way, and that's what I'm going to use. So there's a we have, okay, maybe let me increase the size. We have our sender, we have our name, sender ID, name, message, and date time. Okay, so this is what we are adding that we missed in the model or identity. We need sender name, so we can display the sender name, not the email. We want the name. So now that we have this, what are we going to do in here? Let's go to our chat repo. Oh, not this one. It has a lot of red lines. Okay, so in here we need to change this to what? Chat, group chat. But with this, I'm going to replace the whole thing with that. So group chat DTO is as we are returning to that, and now in here we need to make changes. Group chats. So this must happen in the AppDB context. And now where we have the chats, it must be group chat and group chats. Go back again to the repo, and now we have it solved. So we get, or we add the current one. So after adding, we want to get the list and I return. That's what we are doing. So since the user manager contains the info about this current user, we can extract, we can get the full name from this. Remember that when creating authentication, we created an extended class known as the app user, whereby we added one property known as full name. Do you remember? Yes, and that's the reason why we are doing this. So we want to grab the full name of that said user, and I return as a group chat DTO. Okay. Once we are returning, you can see here, when we return, when we add it to the database, you want to return that object, okay? But you want to return everything. So here we're going to override this method, and now we're pasting this method. So it's returning a list of group chat DTO. And now we create an instance of this. We get a whole list from database. We now loop through and now create it an object one after another whilst we do add to the list. At the end, return it. So we have the next one, that is an add available user async. From this method, we want to return a list. As soon as we add, you want to grab the whole list and now return. Okay. So within this, we created an available user DTO. When you check our DTOs folder, you can see we have available user DTO. And now this DTO has user ID, connection ID, full name, and our email. I think these properties are too much. So we will just need only, I think, 3 or 2. So maybe we can, because this we are just displaying it on the screen. Okay, so we don't even need the ID. What we need is the user ID and the username. This is what we need. Okay, so we save this, we go back to the chat repo, and now add available user async. We are going to override this method and add other feature, add more code to this. So here, what are the extra methods or code are we adding? You can see here we are returning a list of available user DTO. So it means that when we are done adding or updating, we want to then get the whole list and our return. Okay, so with this we have this available user, and we can get it from a method in here. We have the list. So this is the table name. We can just grab the whole list, loop through, create an instance of this, and our return. So with this, maybe we can decide not to, because we don't need the email. We need only username and full name. Return the list to this, so we can have the current available user. So if anybody joins it, the list or the method must be called. We're going to call this one to get a whole list after the user has been added, and now this has to be updated in the UI for the user to see that, okay, fine, this guy has joined the chat. And maybe we can also create another method to get only available user async, and we have this method already. So I'm going to override this, and I'm going to leave this email because we don't have email property again. We remove it. So we have it, the user ID and also the full name. That is to get available users async. What if in case I remove user 2? I want to also get the same list because user will be removed from the list, and now getting the list is going to exclude the user, so you're going to have the current list. So when you check here, you can see we have this remove user async, and it is coming from this, so we are overriding this. So let me clear this one. So you can see from here we need to also remove the email because we are not having the email again. It's return a list of available user DTO. So when you check here, you can see we are going to remove it in here, and now we're going to get the list. So maybe you can integrate dry principle, that is do not repeat yourself. In other time you've been calling available user 1 here, 2 here, 3 here. Yeah, so 3, isn't it? And even this is 4 because we're getting the list, we're getting it. Maybe we can just create a simple class to handle this, and you're gonna skip all this. Okay, you can do this, try it yourself. All right, now that we are done here, what are you going to do next? We are done with the group, so we can now add message to the group. We can also add, as soon as the user joins the chat as an online user, we can add it. When the user logs out, it's going to be removed from the list, and this is going to update the UI for the user to see. The next one which is left is chatting individually. If I want to click on the chat, maybe an online user, and I'll chat him, is it possible? You must first have a repo created, and that is where we need to save this chat and do a whole lot of stuff. Okay, so let's see. Now in order to do that, we need to create a class, and this class I'll name it as individual chat. So let me just grab this. So let's go to, we need to create a DTO and also the entity for this. So in the models folder, we're going to add a class, and this class we're going to name it as individual chat. Now within this class, we're going to have some properties such as ID. Since you're going to store in the database, we definitely need an ID. So this is going to be public. I'm going to clear all this. So we have ID, we have sender ID, receiver ID, message, and now date. This is the model which is going to be saved, formed or simplified. Is simplified, or it's going to use to create the database table as individual chat. Okay. Now once you're done with this, the next thing to do, let's go to the add DB context class, and I'll specify our DB set before you and I forget it. Yeah, so let's quickly do that. So solution app DB context, and now here we're going to add, so this is going to contain group chat, and it's going to contain individual chat. Let's go to the repo. So the next method that we're going to do here is we're going to add a group individual chat. So if I want to chat, I send a message in here from the individual as payload, then from the app DB context we're going to add it, and we're going to save that. Okay. Now, if I want to return it as a list, what am I going to do? I believe you can do that, isn't it? Try this and let's see. So this is what we're doing. We need to create a DTO first. Let's go to solution, and the DTOs. We are going to create a new class, and now this is going to be individual chat DTO. Now with this individual chat DTO, what are some of the properties that you think you're going to be needing? Which one? Okay, so we're going to need a sender ID, the sender name, the receiver ID, the receiver name. The reason why we need this is we want to display the name, not the ID. Okay, because maybe the user does not even know what the ID means. So all that what he's looking at is the name. So for the ID is for you, the programmers. The name is for the users. Yes. Okay, we have the receiver name and we have the sender name. Now that we are done, let's go to our repo and I'll have a look in here. So in our repo, we add it, and now before we grab this, you can see we must provide this model. Why? Request chat DTO. Why do we need this model? You know, when getting individual chat, a chat could have a lot of user IDs, receiver IDs, sender IDs, and messages. Okay, you want to fish ours out from the table, so we must provide the sender ID and also the receiver ID, because I can chat you today, I can chat your friend tomorrow, and in this case, if I want to get you and I chat, I must first find my ID and I'll find your ID on the same record. If I want to find your friend, I must find my ID and your friend's ID on the same record, okay? Together. So that's the reason why we need to create this request chat DTO. Let's quickly do that. Well, you can give it any name you want, but for me, this okay. So request chat DTO, we have this in here, and this is going to be public. You know, DTOs you can use record, class, record or class. I'm using class. You can use record. Let's use class for now, because all the time I've been using record. Now we're going for class. And now with this, we need only two properties, as you know, sender and receiver ID. Let's save this. Now when you go back to the chat repo, it must be solved. So see what we're doing. We're creating a list of this individual chat DTO. After creating this list, we want to grab the whole list in here from the database table known as individual chats, and see what we're doing. We're going to check, is the sender ID equal to the sender ID or the receiver ID? So the sender ID here is equal to the sender ID coming in from the payload. The receiver is also the same, or we turn it upside down, because I can chat you, you can chat me. So we have to turn it upside down, and you can see we're also searching the same thing. When we get any, convert to a list, store it here. If it is not equal to null, we want to loop through the list, and now we want to create an instance of this individual chat DTO. In that, we want to formulate the receiver and the sender name from this user manager. Very simple. Return the chat list, else return null. That is when the chat is null, then return null to the user. Okay, that's what we're doing. So this what our repo needs to contain. So now we have this, we can save everything and we can close this up. Now do you remember that in the second video, or when we started, we created this chat service and we created a hub service in here, but later on we did not use the hub service. That is the time. We want to create our connection or this hub service separately so we can be using it in other pages. Because here we're going to have it a single page, and this may be a chat group page, and in all these pages you need not to create hub connection, we need not to build connection again, because we've built it and we have to use it in other pages. So let's see, from the service that we created in the client service, you see we named it as chat service. Well, we're going to change this to my hub connection service. You can change it to what you want, okay? Okay, now within this you need to create a constructor here passing this navigation manager, and now we need to build this. After building, we then have to start this connection. So I'm going to clear all this because we don't need this now. Let's remove all this. Let's remove this too. Okay, so we have is connected. Maybe this is connected, we can set it somewhere else. So okay, so we have this constructor created, and we have this hub connection with the URL, and also we are building this. Aside from building this, what can we do again? We can then start this. So here, let me actually put in some comment here to see. When you grab the source code, you can actually just go through, and now when we are done, we need to start the connection. And after starting this connection, I want to check the states, okay? So we need to create a connection. We need to create a method, not a connection anymore. Create a method that is known as get connection state. Okay, so we want to get a state after we start the connection. Then we need a public variable here that we can use to retrieve this outside the service. and that is a get connection, hub connection. Then we assign to this connection that we have initialized from the constructor. Okay, now within this, we want to have to check the state of this connection. We can use this get connection state, and now we see we get a connection in here, and now we check if it's not equal to null, return is connected, and that's going to be true. You see, good. Then that's all that we need to do in here. Very simple one, and we're going to save everything. Let's close it. Now we have to register this. Don't forget, it's very important. Okay, so from this we need to register this in both projects, server and client. So let's do it. Server first or client first? Which one first? Okay, so do add your own. I also add my own. I have mine here. Then do you have the service in here? No, I do not. If not, then we go to the client. Oh wow, I think we have it here again. I need not to repeat this. Then we go to the solution from the client to we do same, and that is this. Okay, you can add a singleton or a scope, anyone. It's gonna work. That's fine. And we're gonna close everything from here. Close all tabs. Yes, save them, and I get them closed. So once you're done here, we go to the chat service, not the chat service, the chat page. And in here, we need to inject the service so we can use it. So we need not to build connection again when the page initializes. Don't do that anymore, okay? So we have to inject the service here. And that is my hub connection. And it's a hub connection. So when you copy this, now come down here. And here we have this hub connection. This is an instance that we created when we started. Okay, so we have this already created. Now when the page initializes, I hate this kind of red lines. When the page initializes, instead of building this hub connection, we're going to say that this hub connection is equal to hub connection service dot, then we're going to have a method known as get hub connection. So after we get a connection, then we can remove this build. Then we can go on and now subscribe to the event. Very simple. Okay, now when you come to this one too, we have the same hub connection. And now this hub connection, we have a state known as is connected. So we can still check hub connection dot is connected. Then we can also check this up. That's what we're doing. Okay. So in order to get all available users, we have to get a list, and that is a get available list. We have it already in here. That is this one. I like to rearrange this well. So maybe this will be on top, the first one. Get available users. Okay. Aside from that, we need a form, and this one is going to be group chat form. It's no more a chat. It is rather group chat form. This is a group chat. So we have to remove this one. When we are done, the red lines will be off. Don't worry. And aside from that, we have our connection. So this is our connection, and this connection must follow. Now, you see we have a connection created, and now we have a list of group chat. So this is a list of group chat, because here we need to retrieve the list so we can display it on the screen. Okay. Now, there you go. We have a cascading parameter, and whereby you can get the state of the user, either authenticated or not. But since I think we have this authorized attribute on top here, it means before you visit or you have access to this page, you must be an authenticated user. Trust me. Okay. Then we must first have our connection in here. But before we start to create our connection, we need to implement it in the hub. So let's go to the hub. And where's the hub? Have you found yours? Yeah, this is mine. So with this hub, it's inherited from the hub, as you know, and we are injecting this chat repo as an interface. This is an interface that has a service that we created, or repository that we created to get access to database. Now the first method here is we're going to override this, and I'll change the name and the inside method. Okay, so that's a block code. So here we're going to send message. You see I've updated the name, making it longer. Okay, so send message to group, and now we're passing this group chat, and that's a chat. And now this, when you add the message, it returns a DTO. So we save it, we pass on to the method that we're going to call, and now we get it. You're going to send to all clients, all users connected. Okay. Now, what of in case I add, or when the user joins the chat, this method needs to be called and add available user automatically. So we have to get the context ID. And in that, we're going to pass in the available user to this add available user repo method that we created. And now we're going to broadcast it to all, notify all clients. In case I do remove users too, or I sign out or I log out, I want to also do same. Get the list and I'll pass on to this method. Okay, now here's the magic. Okay, add individual chat. So if I want to add individual chat, what am I going to do? So get available users. Okay, so maybe we can just clear this. We made this our time, but we can remove this from here. Add individual chat. So it is coming as an individual chat, and now in here you can see we are calling this add individual chat async. We pass in this chat. Aside from that, we need to get the sender and now the receiver ID. Okay, so we can grab the specific chat from the database. So in that, we need to make it as a post or as a post request. So we need to provide as a payload from here. And in that, when you check here, you can see we have the user receiver ID. It is coming from this payload object. Sender also coming from the same thing. And now we call this an endpoint in the repo. You pass in the payload. Aside from that, the response that you have from here, we need to create an instance of this individual DTO and populate it. So from the receiver name and the sender name, as you know this is not the first time we'll be saying this. So we also have to get this from the list that we get in here from this get chat. Okay, then we say await client.user. So the user ID we pass on here and we send. So this is sending only to the user. And receiving the individual message as a method that we are binding to, we're passing the message in here, which has been prepared as a model. And that's what we are doing. Okay, very simple one. Okay, so let's save this. Then we can close this. And now when we come back to the chat page, we can just come in here and now resolve these red lines. So after building the chat hub, we have a connection that retrieving from the service. We have it here now. It is ready and it's kicking. What you need to do here is you're first going to map this. We're going to subscribe to this method. So the first method here is a receive message, receive group message. Okay, so we shall as hub connection, then group chat DTO, that's going to be the response or the return t value, and we pass in the object in here from the method, or this is the receive group method. And now we're going to add it to this group chat. This is a group, so you're going to add it to the group chat list that we created in here. Okay, then we invoke this to display it on the screen. Aside from that, what of if I want to notify client that the user is off, user has joined, then the same thing. So we are doing the same thing in here, and it is the same. So we're going to return a list of available user DTO. So here we're going to get a list from the repo, and I will pass on to this method as the users, and now we assign it to this. So here we assign it, and now here we are adding. Take note. So we assign it, and now we have to invoke it, display or re-render the page, or reload and refresh the page to see, for it to be seen on the screen. Okay, now when the page gets rendered, since this is going to be the initialized life cycle, this starts at first when the page starts to render, and now in that starts, we've done this already, so we can clear this. We're going to get user authentication. Okay, so this method, let's see what we can do to actually grab this method. Now when this method is called, that is where we can simplify this. That is where we want to call this add available user method. We pass in the new available user, and here, since the user is authenticated, we can get the user ID from the claim. Okay, and that is all. So here we need the user ID from this end. Add available user. When you check the hub, add available user. There's the payload, and then here we need the context ID or the connection ID and now the user ID. So we specify the user ID in here, and now the context ID also be specified or be added or be top up in the hub. And that is all that we are doing. With this connection state, we need to clear this because we did that in the service. Okay. And aside from that, when you click on, maybe we can just grab the user chat. So when the page loads initially, we need to get the chat which has been is it chat of the group. Okay, let me put it in that way. So we want to grab this chat, and that is what we are doing here. But within this, we won't need available user because we're going to assign it as a list. So we won't need this. We need to clear one of the HTTP instance. Yes. So group chats, we assign it, and we get from a JSON async as a list of group chat DTO. And we need to create our controller and map it the route to group dash or chat. We're going to do this when we are done fixing these errors. Okay. Now aside from that, we need a method that we can send a message to the group. And now this here, we're going to maintain it. We're going to override this, and I'll say send chat to group. Okay, so in here we are having this group chat, and with that group chat, we are providing the ID. In here we assign it to the context or the current state of the user. You want to grab the ID. Aside from that, you want to send to this method. We pass on the model, and now we create or we clear the content. All these errors, I think we need to just fix this to get a clear view. So this must be from here, and now send, it's supposed to be in here, send group, okay, that's all we need to do here. So that is a model. Now we can grab this group chat, and now here we're going to replace it. That is it. So we don't have username here, so we can remove this username. So we have only the message. We have a button and a submit. Yes, and now it is off. Okay. So when you check here, we don't need this. Can remove this. Okay. Now authentication states, it is coming from this one, so we can just change this to this, and now we have it. Now get user authentication, and that is a current user authentication. Yes. Okay, so that's what we need to do. And at the last method here, it is if I click on chat a specific user, what am I going to do? I want to chat a specific user in here, and you can see we pass in with the available DTO, and I return instance. And now within this, we must create a state, because we want to set a property such a way that we can retrieve it within components. So it's better that we use state. So let's create a state in here. State is just a class, okay, which will be registered as singleton or scope. And in that, it has some properties that we can assign values to. Very simple. So maybe we can just go to the, since this is limited or related to the client, maybe you can put it inside the client. Okay. So in here, let's add a folder to this. And now let's say this is app states. And now with this, we're going to say available, maybe user state. You can give it any suitable name of your choice, and that's the name that I've chosen. Available user state. You to choose yours. In that, you have two properties that we're going to be having: private sets, and we're going to have an inbuilt method to set the property of values to these properties. So set states, we're going to assign values to the receiver ID and the full name. So we want to assign the full name. When we get the full name, we also want to get the receiver so we can use it in the chat hub. Okay. Now let's save this. That's fine. And let's go back to the chat page. So in here we need to register this service, and this service must be registered in both. Talking about the server and now the client. I believe by now you know this. So just go to the program, and here register mine. You to do yours. So register yours too, and I'll do mine, and let's go. So maybe where I have my app connection, I'll put it in here. Very simple, and save this. Now when you go back to the chat page, I need to then inject this. So you can put it in the import, okay, .razor. So you can create an instance once and I use it a whole lot, okay, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, yes, I'm going to inject it here. So on top of the page, I want to do that so that when you pick, you know, this component has all the information and all the code that it needs, okay. That's why I'm not using the import.razor, but you can use that when you know what you're doing. Let's include this, and now from the state, when you come here, we want to set the properties or set state. We pass in full name and the user ID. Aside from that, we're going to navigate to, we can make it individual, we can make it single chat, individual chat. We will find a suitable name, okay. Maybe individual will be okay. Because since everything is individual, so we want to make individual. Okay, now we need to create a, let's create this property or component for this. Now here from the chat, I'm going to name this as individual. So this individual.razor. Now the route here is going to be individual. Let's save this. Let's clear content. So let's go to the group chat. That's the chat page, and I complete this. Okay, so here I'm going to rename this not chat page, but it's going to be group chat. So here it has group chats. Yes, and maybe this can be individual chat. What do you think? That is to me, okay. So this, we have group chat, individual chat. I think this is more readable, isn't it? Yeah. So group chat, individual. We have maybe you can just add individual chat, and from this group chat, you can also give the name as group chat. Yes, this sounds better. Okay, now let's complete this. Now from the group, I'm not sure I was able to take you through all the UI, because you know UI takes a lot of time to actually do it. You have to go back and front. So this I'm going to do. I'm going to paste what I created, and based on the UI, you just capture the UI and I try to do something similar to it. Okay, or the source could also be available. You can also go in there and grab it if you want my UI, my design UI. Okay, so yes, I'm going to. There's the whole UI, and I'm going to replace it with my own custom UI. So this I'm doing, or this what, yes, you and I, we are doing, but this time around I am doing, because I did this, not you. Okay, so you can see this is just a row that we are creating, and I'm dividing this section into two. We have column LG3 and LG9, making 12 for the whole section of the page. Okay, now in that we have the available user on top. In here we are looping through the list, and now we're going to set it in here. We create an anchor tag, and now whereby with this we're going to have an on-click event. Call this method chat user, passing the current user. This one. Okay, we've done this already. And I want to go to the next one, so that is this. If I open this, we have the chat container, and now we have the other star on top to move it up and down. And we have this authorized view component. Let's see, with this authorized view, I think we need to include the namespace. So Microsoft.ASP.NET call dot authorization, and then that's the namespace that we need to use. We even have it here. So what is the issue? Let me save this, let me close this and open it again. Okay, it is in. I'm looping to the group chat, setting some properties in here, sender and our receiver to display the name, and I'll shift them left and right, left and right, left and right, okay, to have a nice UI. And also we having this this side in here, a small test for this daytime to format the date well for us. And that down here we also have this edit form, whereby in here we have a group chat model, and now with this we having the dot message, and if it is clicked we want to call this method send chat to group. Actually there's no need since we have this form. I think we can clear this. And what again? Group chat, what is it saying? Does not contain the meaning for message. Okay, are you sure? Dot. Okay, so group chat, this group chat here, it is component, so let's say group chat page, long one, individual chat page, I think, to get rid of any future errors. Yeah, so it is off. Okay, so that's all that we need to do in a very simple one, and that is it. Okay, before we run this, we have to perform migration because we've done a lot. Okay, now let's right click on this, let's clean projects, or let's clean solution. After that we're going to build projects, and yeah, succeeded. Let's build this, and if it also succeeds, then we're going to perform migration to this, create all a new table in a database, new database, and SQLite. Whoa, we have some issues in here. Let's check it out. So group chat does not contain definition for me. And what? Oh, this is message, not me. Dot message group chat dot message. Okay, let's do it again. Another one, chat report does not contain get chat async. Yes, from the repo. From the controller, I nearly forgot it. Yes, it's good that you've remembered me. Okay, from the chat controller, we need to actually oh, this is just a simple one. We have to rewrite this. Okay, we have only three methods in here. One for HTTP GET, we have post one in here to post individual, so we can retrieve get individual chat, get user async, and also get group chat. So we call the repo that we created, and that is exactly what we're doing. Okay, let's do the solution again. That's fine. Hooray. So it is built. Once I see that two up to date, that's fine. We're going to add migration. So you're going to say that add migration to this. And maybe this is going to be third or forgotten. Let's give it any name. Now let's wait after it has finished creating the class. Then we update it. That's fine, and that is done. Update the database. Yes, this is also done. Now let's run this application, but before that, let's open the database. So I have it open. As you can see from here, we have our group chat, we have available users, and we have individual chat. These are the three tables that we need most for now. Okay, the rest, all we need here is the ASP.NET users, and that is all. The rest, keep them, we don't need them for now. Okay, so let's put it somewhere else, and here let's log in. So let's say we are logging in. Let's wait and see. Okay, so we are in. I'm going to create one instance of the browser and also try to get this logged in. So we'll try this, reload this page. Okay, so I'm going to copy this. Now in here, paste this, and I'll run this. Now we also, so this is logged in as Netcode-Hub, and this is logged in as Frederick. So we can log out. So we are out. We are out. Yes. Now let's go in. So we are going in. We are in. And this too, let's go in. We are in. Now when you check the database, go to available users. So you can see from here we have no user ID, no connection ID. Click on chat. Oh, see the route? Okay. This means you have to check it out quick. Let's go and do it. So we go to the nav menu. And now where we have this chat, this is group chat. Here it is a home. We have group chat, we have individual chat. So this is a group chat. I'm going to say this is group chat, and now it is linking up to group chat. Okay, let's rerun this and check it out. But you know what, here we have to inject a class, I remember. So let's actually do this, tackle this again before going. So let's also inject this here. Okay, we have a hub connection on top here injected. Now this should come from the namespace as client service. And now from this, when the page initializes, you have the hub connection created, and we're going to say the hub connection is equal to, is it even an await? So hub connection, what is this one? Is hub connection service. Let's copy this. So dot get hub connection. Okay, then we can remove this, and we can also remove this one. Okay, so we build that, and now when we build the connection, we send remove user async with the connection passing the ID. That's all that we need to do in here. This shouldn't be an async, so we can just use this lambda expression here. And we can remove this, override. Okay, so we have this is void, protected void, and this must be uninitialized. Yes, so the void must be here. Okay. Alright, so that's all that we need to do. Now let's run this again. Okay, so this is ready. Now let's check our available user. So there's nothing here. Group chat 2, there's nothing. Individual chat 2, there's nothing. Available user. Okay, so now we are going to log in. Log into this one. We are logging at Simon. And now let's log into this. We log into this too. We are Netcode-Hub. Then let's log into this as Frederick. Yes, so we have 3 users logged in. Alright, let's check our database and see what is going on. Refresh this. Whoa, nothing happens. The reason is the user hasn't clicked on the chat yet. So click on this. So if I decide to log out, let's see. Yes, I'm out. I can still log in again. So our logout is also working. Now, when I click on, refresh this once again, click on chat. So we have, we see available users. So loading. Now it is loading. And now we see from here chat connected. Right. And here we have no user available. Yes. Because you're the first person clicking on the group chat. So no user available. And now we did not show yourself. Nope. You are hidden. You did not show yourself. So as far as you've opened this, it means you are online. But the rest are not. We have chat connected down here. We can start typing your message. Now let's see. if I click on the database and let's try to refresh this, you can see now you have your user ID, you have your connection ID set in here. You see? Let's go in there and log in. Let's tell Fred to log in. Hey Fred, can you log in? Yes, I'm going to log in. So Fred clicks on this, and I can see available user, Frederick is online. Now Netcode is online here. So on the Frederick view, Netcode is available. On Netcode view, Fred is available. Let's tell Simon to also log in. Simon, can you log in? Yes. Now let's see. Simon also get logged in, and now you can see available users for Fred. You can see Netcode-Hub and you can see Simon. For Netcode-Hub, you can see Frederick and Simon. For Simon, you can see Netcode-Hub and now Frederick. Now let's start the chat. So Frederick gonna start. So hello. Hello. Yeah, so click on send. And now with this method, it needs to be sent, and you can see here we have an error here. It should be displayed here. Click on this again. Nothing is happening. Now when you check your database, that is individual chats, not a group chat, nothing is happening here. Maybe I need to restart this to make this work. So I just restarted the computer, and now let's see if this will work. Okay, so Fred is going to still initialize the chat. So hello, that's the first one. What do you think? Then click on send, and now you can see yes. So hello, Fred sends it. And from the point of view, or from the viewpoint of the Fred, it is named as you. And now from this, we have Frederick. That is the name that we set in the state. And also from here, the same thing. Now if I open this in an maximal mode, you can see from here that you have this thread in here. Now Netcode-Hub wants to respond. So this is Netcode-Hub. Then how may I help you? That's a customer service. Okay, so how may I help you? Then Netcode-Hub sends on this. So you can see now Netcode-Hub, this is you. We have the date and time formatted in there, and now you have it in here. Okay, now let's go to the other ones and check it out. So you can see from here to Netcode-Hub is saying this. Netcode-Hub, how may I help you? Then maybe you can say I'm here too. So who are you? Then I'm here too. You have it. The next person, that is Simon, will say, okay, you are here. Who are you? Then let's say, so who are you? So you can see that the chat is working, the group chat is working. Who are you? Click on send, and I can see who are you. So you can see from here, you have you, Netcode-Hub, you, and now what? Simon. Okay, the same thing applies to this. Then maybe I can add, and what's your name? So I click on send, and I can say I have it. Now let's see if the next person decides to chat. Okay, and so maybe I'm Frederick. So from Ghana, then send this. So you can see that you have the response. Now check it out. So can just write that's fine. Now see, okay, so we have this and we have this set up in here, so that's fine. All right, so this our chat is working. So let's see, let's try to pass in. Maybe I have this copied, the same code, and that's this one. So I'm going to paste this, and I will see that this is the code that I pasted. Now let's check and see if we can have a look. Yeah, it is here. You see that? So that is this one. Okay, so what left here is, let's see, let's reload this. Let's assume, or let's first check if we can actually retrieve from the database when the app reloads. Okay, so let's go in there and now reload this. So it is loading users. Yes, and now we have it. So all these are coming from the database. They are stored in there. Let's check. So group chat, refresh this. Yes. and this is what we have. You see? So this is a message that we pasted. Yeah, so we have this. Alright, now if I want to chat this person, if I click on this, a new page gets opened. 404. Let's work on this. So from the code, let's go to the individual page. And now with this individual page, let's copy this. Let's go to the group chats, and here we have to change this. So individual chats, let's save this. Now let's go back. So here we need to create our code section. Let's have our code. And we need these properties, as you know, this cascading authentication state to get the auth user. We need this individual chat DTO to get the chat list. We need an individual chats also to get a single one, so we can pass on to the method in the hub. And so we need a hub connection. Okay, let's save this. I'm going to close this and open it again. Individual chats page. Okay, so now we need to include the namespace of this one. Let's include this. We need to include all. And this one. Okay, now when the page initializes, you know what you're going to do, isn't it? We have to get the chat, individual chat from the database. So when the page initializes, we calling this hub connection, and before we call this connection, it means that we have to inject this, but we haven't done that. So we have to do it now. We inject a hub connection service. This is coming from the client service, and we have it here. So from that, we subscribe to this, receive individual message, we pass on to this, and we are going to add it to the list that we created. Now we need to retrieve the list. That is the sender ID and the receiver ID from the state. The receiver ID is coming from the state to get at the receiver's ID, and now we need to get it. So it tells us that we need to also inject the state. Let's also put the state in here, and this is coming from app states. Okay, so now that we have this is also coming from the claims. We need to get the claims, and we have to retrieve the name identifier from the claims. So maybe I can put it in this way. Okay, then we have to make a call to an API endpoint from the controller, and I retrieve individual chat which has occurred between the client and now the receiver. What if in case we have a div edit form that you want to send message? That is where we call this. So we have a send message individual chat, then we need to populate the receiver ID and the sender ID. So we can get this from the authentication state user. So you see we are repeating this. You can also implement dry to get you one method to implement that. I leave that one up to you. We call this method in the hub. We pass on to this model, and I will create an instance of this. We add it to the list. We clear the container, and everything is okay. Yeah, that's what we are doing. Very simple one. Okay, so let's save this, and that's all that we need to do. We've done all the work in here, and this is just a simple one. Just have to make a reference with any. And then we are good to go. Okay, so we save this. Oh, not this one. Save the code. Maybe before I push this, I make this source code available. I'll make some. Maybe I'll just publish this a little bit. Okay, I'll make some finishing touches, 1 or 2, so you can actually get the source code. Yes, thinking of that. All right, so now with the UI, as you know. I'm going to copy the UI, and it's the same thing as we did. The first one is the same, so if you can do something similar to this, yes, then I give you thumbs up. You can also do the same. Very simple one. So here we're going to have 3 rows. Now the first row here is talking about, as you know from the first one, the div here, whereby you have the sender name and now the receiver name, shifting it to right, margin, left, align, self, end. And so these are the bootstrap classes that we are adding to shift the content left and right, left and right. So from that, you see we have this color. We're adding color to this. If it is you being what? Blue. If it is the other person, a sender or receiver, be green, more, etc. So we are using this in here. And now this is a message. We are formatting the date and then put it under. Okay. Now here we have the edit form, and now send individual chat. And now when it's submitted, we call this method, and I submit this individual chat model. Okay, this is what that we need to do here. Okay, you know this already. We've done this long ago. Done this in the other component, that's the group chat. So I need not to explain this anymore. All right, so let's run this and now check this up. Okay, so it's ready. Now let's log into this, and here we have Frederick already logged in. This is a group chat. Okay, so we have this Netcode-Hub available. Group chat is also available from the site. Now we're going to start the chat. Yeah, so Frederick is available. Netcode-Hub is also available. So if I click on this, you can see we are in here. Frederick is on top. Click on this, Netcode-Hub. This guy is on top, Netcode-Hub. Now let's start the chat. So here I'm going to say, hi Fred. How are you? Click on send, and our friend gets it. So hey, Netcode, I'm good. You see? Okay, so maybe you can continue on. Hi, is everyone? So these are the basic greetings. Talk about how are you? Hi, is everyone? Oh, great, 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 great. And then yes. So we keep chatting, and we see it is still going on well. So if I open it, yeah, that's what we have. So we have the Frederick, we have you in here. So on. So can we have can you have something? All right, so click on this. Now you see we're still moving on. Okay, so that is it. It's working. Let's see again. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So it's working. So for now, and the user can also log out. You log in, and now let's see. Click on this group, and now you wait. This is a group chat, and now Frederick is still online. Click on this Frederick. We can say continue on. So I'm back again. Now click on send, and I'll go to Frederick and see. So I'm back again. Oh, okay. Maybe your line went off. Okay, your line went off, and I have it. Okay, so yes. And now result. And you have it. Alright, so that is it for this video. We're not going to continue anymore, okay? Yeah, so we're going to end here. And that is it. So I'm going to make some maybe finishing touches, and I'll make the source code available. So if you want to grab it, check the video description. If you want to also grab the previous videos in there, check the description as well. Video 1, 2, 3, they're out there. You can watch them as well. Okay, thank you so much. And I'm going to catch up again. Till then, take care.